welcome to Jennings, Louisiana, where this weekend, the longest-running stop on the National STOL circuit returns to kick off the 2025 season. Welcome to Swamp STOL. This weekend, we're premiering 2 new classes as our pilots return to the skies. The weather is forecasted to be one of the most beautiful weekends we've ever had in Louisiana, with a healthy dose of STOL-friendly winds right on the nose. We're here in Cajun country. The line is painted. We are cleared for takeoff. National STOL's return starts now. And what is up, Av Geeks and STOL Freaks? What a wonderful day it is. We're about to kick off the 2025 National STOL season right now, here today at Jennings Airport here in Jennings, Louisiana. My name is Ryan Dombrowski. To my left, Cam Walton.
Good morning.
Good morning, everybody. We're getting ready to gear this thing up here in Jennings. Swamp STOL, year 5.
Year 5.
It's good.
Our 4th year. Because you missed a year.
I missed a year. Don't tell anybody.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So we're gearing up for practice today. It's about to be practice here in Jennings, Louisiana. We're going to start with practice via heat to get some of the newer competitors an example, get them a little practice, no pun intended, about how the competition tomorrow will go. And then we're going to shift, time allowing, into open practice. We already have some aircraft moving around on the field right now. But before we can kick this off, it's time for the national anthem, so if everyone could please rise and remove your caps, sung by the beautiful Matt Peterson.
At the twilight,
instead of 11:06, how's 11:03?
Whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave? God bless America.
That rendition of the national anthem by Colonel Matt Peterson, the former host of Swamp STOL, the OG creator of the event. So happy to have him with us here, still keeping on, helping us get Swamp STOL pulled together every year. So, Cam, we got to talk about we're back in action here, 2025 National STOL season kicking off.
Back with our friends and family.
We should probably talk a little bit about how this works.
Yeah. So, we have the reference line. That's the official nomenclature in the book. We have the reference line where the pilots will pull up to that line. They'll wait for command to to release, they'll fly a pattern, they'll come back, and you're not supposed to touch the reference line.
Don't touch that line.
Don't touch the line. So you're going to fly over the line. We're going to simulate being in the backcountry or being at a sandbar, as you like to explain. You don't want to land in front of the line. That's what's called a scratch. We're going to have a video about this, but you'll be able to discern from that. But essentially, you don't want to scratch because in real life, you would be landing short of your sandbar, which would put you in the drink, aka the water, and you don't want to do that.
Don't want to do that. So let's get into a little more detail about that, and we'll be back after just a minute. Erickson.
Takeoff and landing competitions are simple. We have the pilots here competing in separate classes to get the lowest score possible. As you see behind me, we have the start-finish line, so let's start with the takeoff.
This runway is marked with a start-finish line, and as a competitor parks their main gear on the line, they apply power and position their aircraft to get off the ground as soon as possible. Once their main gear leaves the ground, a line judge will mark their takeoff score using the measuring line along the side. This score will be added to the pilot's landing score on this heat. The landing is in two parts. It's either over the line and counted, or if the pilot's main gear touches down before the line, or even touches the line, this heat score is scratched and results on a landing disqualification, and the pilot will have to rely on another takeoff and landing score to get them on the podium. A quick look at our aircraft shows we have two types of landing gear, tricycle and tail draggers. On the tail dragger aircraft, the score is marked from the two main wheels toward the front of the airplane. And for tricycle landing gear, the score is marked by the two main gear in the rear of the aircraft. It's a fierce competition out here, but at the end of the day, it's all about building better and safer pilots in the skies.
It's a great day for STOL competitions. Let's get it started.
So that's, again, how it works. Basically, the way we like to describe it sometimes is think about it as airplane golf.
Yeah.
You want the shortest combined score. Shorter is better. You're going to see some insanely short landings later today. And you're going to see aircraft of all sizes, from giant touring class airplanes all the way down to the lightest airplanes that almost don't look like airplanes at all.
Yeah. I would think you're talking about Mr. Dan Reynolds and Mr. Russ Keith in the Chinooks.
Yeah, Chinook. And it's not a helicopter Chinook. It's just a Chinook, just a plain Chinook.
We should have like some type of like way to say it. I don't know, that doesn't sound like the helicopter. Every time I hear it, I hear Chinook, like CH-47. Like I hear that. It should be Chinook or Chinook. Which one?
Well, we maybe need someone from Canada.
Okay.
If we give Dan Reynolds, the competitor that is the champion in that aircraft, and Russ can weigh in too.
Yeah.
But if Dan a little bit of weigh in, maybe there's a Canadian pronunciation. Folks, if you're just joining us, welcome to Jennings, Louisiana, down here by the Gulf of America in Louisiana. We are operating off of a turf runway here at Jennings Airport. It's 3 Romeo 7. 3 Romeo 7 on your sectional if you want to follow along. Load up one of those IFB apps. We're going to be operating off of turf runway 1735 today. This beautiful turf runway here in Jennings. And what a great airfield to be at. Let's look at the weather.
Yeah.
Kind of light winds so far. Winds 030 at 7. Visibility 10. And we're clear. Well, I mean, we're Cavu right now.
Severe clear.
Until we get started, because I'm doing pit interviews. Do you want me to come in and interview?
So weather
before we
is
get started?
fantastic.
Because I'm doing pit interviews. Once we get started, I'll be in the pit.
Okay.
So we've got the lineup coming up. We're about to go with with the touring class, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, as we see some of our friends getting set up right now. We've got Number 53, Don Mickey in the Cessna 180 from Albuquerque, New Mexico. Number 922, Jeffrey McMahon. McMahon? I don't want to get hurt.
McMahon.
There we go. In a 1989 Mall M7 from Iran, Texas. We've got 65, Jeff Abrams in a 65 Piper Cherokee. I believe that's a 180 from Ocala, Florida. Number 5, Judson Brand in the 1953 Cessna 180 from Greenville, Georgia. 283, Chip Ferguson in the beautiful and very loud 1954 de Havilland Beaver from Galveston, Texas, which is what we're looking at right now, lined up on the or getting close to reference line. I believe he's going to do a run-up if he's not already done one. But dude, a beaver.
Yeah. So this is an exciting thing for us
Yeah.
to have a beaver in a STOL comp. It is a quintessential backcountry airplane. Beavers are still putting in work, mostly on floats, I think, in a lot of places, doing
Yeah.
air taxi. But also, if you think about flying around up in Canada and Alaska, bringing a lot of stuff, a lot of people in and out of the backcountry, this is the plane that does it. Burns a lot of gas, burns a lot of oil. Chip Ferguson competed for the first time last year. That was the first time he'd ever had the Beaver off of floats.
Yeah, that was awesome.
And so he's been working the traditional gear on that thing and really putting in work on it, and it is just a huge beast, right? So this class, this touring class, these are the heaviest aircraft that you're going to see today. And these there's some class changes for the 2025 season. We'll explain as we get there, but basically what we've done is we've separated the touring class into touring, what you're seeing right now, the heavies, as we like to call them, and then we've also added the next class, the wilderness class. That's like the heavies but experimental.
Yes.
So you're going to see like the Backcountry Boss, other big aircraft in the experimental side of things. Because frankly, it started to get a little non-competitive.
Yep.
Having planes like the Backcountry Boss competing against things like the Beaver, the 180, the Cherokee. They're under a different set of rules being certificated aircraft.
Yeah, one of my favorite aspects about this Beaver is the tires. I mean, we're looking at 35-inch bush wheels, and they look like 850s, compared to other aircraft. But that is a large aircraft, and those are 35-inch tires on that beast of a plane.
Yeah, they don't look big at all.
They do not
under
look
that thing.
They look appropriate, but they do not look huge like they would be if I was standing right next to them, or if they were on a Champ, or even the 180. The couple of 180s are out there. Such a beast of an aircraft.
Yeah. I mean, just look how huge it is. I mean, and let's put it in perspective, folks. That's a Pratt & Whitney on the front.
Yes.
It's a lot of horsepowers.
A Pratt & Whitney R985-450 for the Pratt nerds out there, the Av geeks out there. It's pulling some horsies.
Yeah. They're galloping away inside that cowl in that Beaver. So that's going to be really cool. Also on the screen right now, looks like we've got a Legend Aircraft MOAC.
American Legend.
One of the sponsors of National STOL. Appreciate their support. That's a loud paint scheme on that one.
Yes. Loud aircraft, loud paint scheme. Very appropriate.
So while we get gearing up here, practice about to kick off, let's actually walk through those class changes, Cam. So I already kind of walked through it in terms of the touring class. That was separated out, right? So the touring class is certificated aircraft with a gross weight from 2,301 all the way up to 5,800 pounds. So that is aircraft like the Cessna 180, 182, the 205. You saw Brandon Korn doing insane things in a 205 the last couple seasons here at National STOL. It's also where your malls would probably end up, mall M6, M7, M9 as such. Now, we've got some folks bringing experimental heavies in.
Yes.
It got a little silly, a little hard to compete, so the judges and the pilot committees got together and said, you know what, we should really give these other heavies their own class. And so they've been separated out. So now it's the experimental heavies. We're calling that the Wilderness class here in 2025. Same weight range, 2,301 to 5,800 pounds. Your Murphy Moose, your Murphy Rebel, the Backcountry Boss, the big Bearhawks. Obviously, there's Bearhawks that are 2 seats as well, but the Bearhawk 4, the Bearhawk 5. So that's been separated out. Later today, Cam, we're going to talk about the Cub class.
Yeah, the aircraft that we would be flying if we were, I guess the vintage Cub class, the subclass under that, but the Cub class, which pretty much all your examples of Cubs, your PA-12s, your PA-14s, the 18s, the 22s, the Carbon Cubs, the Sport Cubs, the S2s, the SSs, all of your Cub class aircraft with 100 horsepower, rated at 180 horsepower or less, without nitrous, so no mods like that. What else we've got? Stock wings. You can have VGs or wing cuffs. That's allowed, but no modified lift devices such as slat spoilers or any drag devices or wing extensions.
Yeah, so this is another place where things they were becoming non-competitive, right? For the competitors in these Cub aircraft, the 180 horsepower or less aircraft, without those various modifiers. And so, and what was interesting is those airplanes that they were competing at, these Cubs that we're talking about, could either be sometimes in the sport class, or sometimes in the adventure class, depending on like how the aircraft was classified. And that again got a little different for them. So now we've kind of separated it out again. So you've got, like Cam described, the 180 horsepower less, but there's also a vintage Cub class, which is really exciting for me. I have to get it in at least once every broadcast. Used to fly J3 Cubs a lot. So the vintage Cub subclass is 100 horsepower or under, no flaps, no pilot-operated lifting devices, which is like traditional J3 or your Champ. Doesn't have flaps. So that is PA-11, PA-12, J3, Aranca Chaps. So you're going to see them separated out into their own class too. I love that class because it's like the grassrootsiest.
Yes.
That's a weird way to talk about it. Okay, we've got a green flag here on practice now. Grassrootsiest. Good thing it's practice. Here's Chip Ferguson in that 1954 de Havilland Beaver pulling up to the line. Crosswind from the right, Cam? It's light wind.
Yes, a right quartering crosswind. I don't know if that's even quartering. That almost looks direct looking at some of these flags. And Chip's running it up right now. We're going to see that tail come up here in a moment. And he's off to the races with all the horsies.
Lumbering down the runway. Chip Ferguson. And with that,
the beginning.
Can we call it the beginning of the 2025 season? The first takeoff? It's practice.
Yes, it is
It's the
practice.
first takeoff of 2025 for National STOL. Chip Ferguson in the Beaver.
Next up, we have Jeff Abrams in his Cherokee 180 Piperzilla.
Here he is on the roll, watching this guy's poetry. It's poetry in a Piper. Pulling back on that elevator, tail down, and he is off as well. And now we've got Judson Brandt in a 1953 Cessna 180.
Beautiful plane.
You know, I'm not a big fan of yellow or brown.
Yeah.
But together, it's kind of working for me.
It's working. It's better than yellow and black. I mean, like, they're not hard lines. It's very soft, if you will. And he comes up. Let's see. They're saying somewhere just a little bit over 275 feet on that takeoff. We'll get numbers here in just a moment.
Yeah, Don Mickey, meanwhile, on the line. Big fan of his aircraft here.
Yes.
Polished. Big old race 53 on the side. Another 1953 Cessna 180. Full beans from Don Mickey. Getting that tail up. Slamming it down a little early, I think, Cam, on that one.
Just a little bit.
So when we talk about this, folks, if you're new to STOL, You'll see the pilots of the tail dragger aircraft put that tail up as high as they can without mowing the lawn, and then they're going to yank it back. And the goal is, if everything's timed just right, the aircraft is at flying speed, it will leap into the air.
Yes.
That like lever action will actually help them get up into the air. If you pull a little early, like Don did that time, you notice the airplane stayed on the ground for a while because now you've got more drag on the ground from the tail wheel, your aerodynamics aren't as clean, and you kind of struggle to get it up. Chip Ferguson.
And the de Havilland Beaver.
Short final here. Good over the line. And he's got a lot of weight, Cam, to slow down.
A lot, but he's doing it. And under 325 feet is what it looks like.
We're not getting any scores over here if you guys are.
There's some, there's a good amount of parallax that I'm dealing with right now, so I'm not going to be able to give you very accurate numbers, but roundabouts. It's actually a little bit over 325. I'm going to guess 340. And Jeff Abrams on short final with those wig-wag lights going on. Very bright during the daytime. Let's see if he hits the line. He's going to give up just enough. I mean, I'm guessing less than 25 feet on that, which is excellent.
We got some scores coming in now. Chip Ferguson's combined score for his first run in practice here at Swamp STOL, 711 feet combined. Think about how big that airplane is and how small that number suddenly feels. Jeff Abrams with a combined score of 740 feet in the Cherokee. Judson Brandt, his takeoff, 275. Here he comes in on short final.
Putting it down.
Working those brakes. He's got to get that yoke back.
Yeah.
That yoke, he did not have enough back pressure on the yoke, and so the nose wants to come down. I would say you and I felt a little nervous, but he actually handled that really well, modulating the brakes, making sure that he didn't nose over there. My non-STOL pilot, but I've been announcing STOL for 5 years thing is get back on that yoke, buddy.
Yeah, pull
back on that thing. That would help him keep the tail down. The elevator looked relatively neutral from where we were at. Obviously, you at home, if you're watching on YouTube or Facebook or in the crowd even, you guys can go to nationalstol.com and log in and see some of the replays and stuff. Here's Don Mickey now.
And we'll see what Don does with the exact same aircraft. That's Cessna 180. Yeah. It's going to do a 3-point landing.
And
get it stopped real short. The tail's going to come up as he's applying brakes, but, I mean, yeah.
Look how much shorter that was because he kept that elevator in, keeping that tail down. So that's going to be a good score for him. So right now, Judson Brandt actually with that, I think he could have stopped it shorter.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
He had a combined score of 720 feet. But look at Don Mickey, how much of a difference that braking action made for him. Combined score of 486. So, hey folks, while we are getting set for their next run through the touring class, a couple of things to remind you of if you're here in Jennings. One is we have a merch booth. You got to go visit that. I can see it from here. There's a lot of cool merch from this season. Cam and I are going to do some modeling of some of it tomorrow.
Yes, we are.
Together. So visit that merch booth. If you're not here in Jennings, you can go to nationalstol.com and hit up the store there. It's a great way to support the series. Also, we got to give a little shout out to Aeroplex Labs. They're a great local sponsor. They're here in Jennings. So big thanks to them for their support. Check them out here in Jennings. We also want to talk about the 2025 schedule, Cam. We're going to be all over the country. It's just the start.
Just the start. I mean, we're going to be everywhere. After this, we're going to go to Virginia and then to our next competition, our newest competition in Missouri, in St. Joe.
Yeah, Pony Express STOL, the first one.
Yeah, which we'll be at. You'll be able to see our lovely faces online and in the broadcast. I might actually be flying in it.
You
We'll
might
see.
be flying in. Yeah, it might be
Yeah.
competing maybe.
Maybe competing, yes. Well,
Chip
we were
Ferguson
talking about
in
the
the
schedule,
Beaver.
but yeah, here we go with the Beaver. That Pratt & Whitney engine is just, like my seat is
love it.
shaking.
Love the way that thing sounds. There's Jeff Abrams in the Piperzilla.
Piper.
Talk about a pilot that has so much experience. He's got, it says here, over 60 years of flying experience, 26,500 hours plus at the controls of an aircraft. Here he is on the roll. Not afraid to get that tail down. He's sinking in just a little bit. He's got to nurse it off there. Keep it in ground effect. Now he's got enough flying speed up over the obstacle.
Next up, we've got Judson Brandt.
Yeah, Judson Brandt, really interesting. He's a Pitts aerobatic pilot as well.
That's awesome. Pitts are a pretty awesome aircraft. You're like throwing yourself around in the air for a little bit with two wings.
Getting those flaps down, and he's going to nurse it on. That was really smooth,
Yeah.
right? Just a really kind of standard takeoff for a tail dragger airplane, and just like even that, without the aggressiveness here, I think you're going to see with Don Mickey here, off very short. That's why it's such a capable aircraft. Looking at Don Mickey's bio here, it says Aquarius zodiac sign.
The nose coming down, tail coming up, consistently pulling back just a little early.
So that was better, though, if I'm
Yeah.
not mistaken. It was
Yeah.
better for him. But, yeah, the airplane doesn't kind of perfectly leap off, then it's not enough. We talked to competitors about this as we get to hang out around the campfire, and it's interesting because some of them do it based on counting. They'll just count.
Yep.
Others sing a little song. They'll, like, sing a little song and pull.
Yep.
So that's how they time it all there. Here's the... That thing is so big.
It is huge. The shadow over the building it just flew over is just enormous, but it looks great in the air. It looks where it's supposed to be.
Longer takeoff for Chip Ferguson this time around the pattern. Up by about 75 feet.
He's got a little energy coming in as he's about to hit the line. Lexi calls that good for that, and we're going to see where he stops. Looks like 375 or somewhere abouts. It's a huge airplane. I mean,
It's
like,
just so big.
and comparatively, so if you're new to aviation or don't understand aviation at all, that aircraft is stopping in the same distance that I feel comfortable stopping my airplane that weighs maybe.
Half? No, a third, a quarter?
I mean, it's a lot. I'm pretty sure his airplane can carry my airplane.
You have to take the wings off, just fold it up.
Yeah.
Here's Jeff Abrams in the Cherokee. Had a little time in a Cherokee during my pilot training, so I know how the challenges he's facing right now. Getting that nose up, dropping it in, and working that nose wheel on the turf. Heavy braking for Jeff Abrams. Wind still light, by the way, 6 knots from 060, so not doing a lot of help for the STOL pilots.
But straight down the runway, at least right now, which is awesome for them. No right quartering, crosswinds, or anything like that to have to deal with.
Looking at the scores that are coming in, folks, Chip Ferguson's second run longer than his first, so his best score is still 7:11. Here's Judson Brandt.
Good on the landing. I know it's just practice. I just feel like a 3-point landing would be appropriate for shorter numbers.
Well, here's the thing, though. He worked the elevator better this time, and I do believe we're going to see he stopped shorter. Last time was 4:45 on the landing. This time it's going, 3:35.
I mean, it's way better.
It's way better, and that was just him pulling back.
Mm-hmm.
I do want to give Judson some style points, though, because that was one of the most beautiful landings we'll probably see today. It was very crisp, clean, and controlled.
Yes.
Don Mickey, to your left, coming in, flaps dropped. Little burst of power.
Yeah.
Oh,
Oh.
not quite. The air horn burst by line judge Lexi Duncan, sounding a little anemic, and I'm sure that's how Don Mickey is feeling here. Watch again on the replay, coming in over it. We heard that burst of power of the engine, but that right main just not willing to stay off the ground. So a scratch for Don Mickey.
Yeah,
that run in competition doesn't count at all.
Nope. And it's okay if the tail wheel hits before the line. His tail wheel did hit before the line, but it's, as you mentioned, that right main coming down before the line as well disqualified him from that run, and that's not what we want. That's you falling into the drink. If you're hitting that sandbar, you are probably going to have nose over, probably going to land in some water that's a little bit deeper than what you were preparing for, and your buddies are going to have to try and save you. And
want to show everyone the scores right now just as we get ready for another run here of the touring class in Jennings, Louisiana. Judson Brandt, combined score down almost 100 feet, 97 feet short, 103 feet. So is just over 100 feet. I can't math. What is happening? My brain just broke. Anyway, he's down to 623. He's done. Sorry, my high school math teacher is rolling in his grave right now. His basic arithmetic I can't even do right now. Jeff Abrams also significantly shorter, down to 658. The DQ for Don Mickey. If this were competition, he'd be feeling that a little bit. Chip Ferguson coming up to the line. And as he does, just to recap that 2025 schedule, we'll be everywhere from here in Louisiana all the way to Pinedale, Wyoming, Hartford, Wisconsin, Moses Lake, Washington, Ontario, Oregon. We already talked about Pony Express Stole, the new one on the circuit in St. Joe, Missouri. Here's the Beaver on the roll. So cool.
The sound of round. We love radio engines. All right, Piperzilla pulling up to the line. As we watch Jeff Abrams wait on Chip to clear the pattern. And he's giving it the beans.
Piperzilla putting on the power.
Number 65. And a fantastic takeoff. I mean, that's a heavy training aircraft. As you mentioned, you had time in one. I've had time. I've had a lot of time in a 180 that is now parts on the ground somewhere. But I mean, like, he's taking off in just a little bit over 300 feet.
I mean, that's what 26,000 plus hours of flight time as an ATP, an airline pilot, will do.
Yeah, absolutely.
Judson Brandt.
Wow.
There we go.
That was awesome. That was fantastic.
He's cleaning it up. Here's Don Mickey.
It was so smooth, too.
Yeah, he's really smooth on the controls.
Like, I didn't even really see the elevator move, but his aircraft is in the air right now.
He did it. From Albuquerque, New Mexico, here's Don Mickey. The other thing his bio says here, just for reference, folks, if you're watching and you're thinking, that guy is a great pilot. I'd like to spend a little more time with him. It says here he doesn't kiss on the first date.
Man, that's a gentleman and a scholar.
Yes, here he is. Okay, timing it up. Still a little early for Don. A little less aggressive, too, that time. Let's see how it hits the numbers.
Let's see if the winds are down, or if the winds have changed at all. It's actually slower than what it was. So we were at 030 at 7 knots earlier. Now we're at 060 at 5 knots. So less wind, but way smoother and shorter takeoffs.
Yeah, they're getting it dialed in. Don Mickey on that takeoff, 5 feet longer than his last one. So he's getting that it's kind of consistent now for Don Mickey.
Yeah.
Judson Brandt, by the way, with 250-foot takeoff. Here comes the Beaver on short final. lumbering through the air. I love it. Good over the line, right on the line, it looked like from my position here.
That was excellent. Man, these numbers, they don't make any sense. I mean, they make sense. They make perfect sense. When you have the skill, it is
science.
It is. Yes, that's easy.
You know, can I just say one thing? We just had one of our intrepid Air Boss team walk through the trailer right now, and I haven't seen him in 4 months, and it's so good to see you. I just like my whole family. I'm just revisiting all of you now, and it's just so great to see you. So thank you for what you're doing. By the way, if you don't know, folks, Air Bosses are on top of the broadcast trailer, keeping everyone safe, keeping everyone separated. It's just a family reunion. It's a Stoll family reunion right now. I'm so happy. It's just business as usual. There's Jeff Abrams with a scratch.
Oh.
I love how that horn is just like, beep, beep.
It's meowing on guard right now.
Here is Judson Brand. Beep. He's trying not to get the beep of doom. Here he is now, flaps down. The flaps are those inboard controls that are kind of hanging down from the wing.
Those barn doors.
Good over the line, nose coming down. He's going to keep it balanced. He's really good at keeping it balanced.
Yeah.
The style points are off the charts with Judson Brand. I can't wait to see what he does tomorrow in competition. Don Mickey, high and to your left, coming in for his next run of practice. While he does that, Cam, I want to talk about someone who's been helping us out a lot here at National STOL. That's Legendary Aviation Coffee Company. They've been keeping us caffeinated all season last year, and they're set to do it again this year. You can get your great specialty grade single origin coffee. Use code STOL10 for 10% off your order to support National STOL. Here's Don Mickey. Right off the line. Good. Heavy on the brakes. He's going to get it stopped nice and short. Sub 250 for Don Mickey in that beast of a 180. So that's going to wrap up the touring class here in practice for Swamp STOL 2025. Now we've got some airplanes of a different size and weight, somewhat dramatically.
The backcountry class, if I'm not mistaken. Or is it the touring class?
No,
we're
we
just
finished
done.
up the
We're
touring.
done.
We're headed to Backcountry, exactly. Yep. Right up front, we've got Corey Sloan. Actually, I think our order may be slightly different, but you're going to see today, you're going to see Corey Sloan in a 2020 Aviat Husky, Scott Sweet in that 1974 Belanca Scout, Brad Crawford bringing another Husky to bear, 2011 Aviat Husky, Jeff Pohl in a 1955 Cessna 170B, and Jerry Clemens in another Husky. So it looks like Huskies versus, it's basically Huskies versus Jeff Pohl.
Yeah.
But I believe we've got another airplane here that we didn't talk about. Jeff Harrell taxiing to the line now.
Yeah, with some new additions to his aircraft. I spoke with him yesterday, and he's got a new Cincinnati prop on his aircraft. It's a 82-inch carbon fiber prop. It's got a new spinner on there as well. It's white with checkers. So he was telling me that his numbers are looking really good. I don't want to put it out on the broadcast, the numbers that he was giving me, but we're going to see a lot shorter landings and takeoffs from him, especially the takeoffs.
Here he goes, getting the tail up right away, using that elevator, pulling it back, and
wow, okay.
Jeff Harrell from Oak Grove, Louisiana. Next up, Joel Dobson. in a 1956 Cessna Super 172 tail dragger. We could spend a little time with him last week.
Yeah, yeah.
He was flying in the STOL Invitational at Sun and Fun.
Yes. Joel Diesel Dobson, his call sign from being an F-16 pilot in the Air Force.
Off about the same for Joel Dobson in the Cessna.
That aircraft, by the way, is it's not a Lindy winner, but it has won awards at Oshkosh last year, in
Oh,
fact.
it's a beautiful aircraft.
Yeah. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, you're good. Here's Corey Sloan now in that Husky from Waller, Texas. Flaps down. That's the other thing you're going to see if you're new to STOL comps. You're going to see, for folks that have manual flaps, they're going to yank them back, and which means they will drop down from the wing.
Yes.
I'm pantomiming using the control here in the
Using
booth.
the Johnson bar.
Use the Johnson bar, or sometimes in other Cub-type aircraft, they're up on the top of the roof of the cockpit. And so you're going to yank that control back and try to get a burst of lift, because flaps, those inward control surfaces, they do provide a fair amount of drag, right? We use them to help control our descent rate, increase our descent rate as pilots, but they also add lift. So if you can use them while you're down in ground effect, pop them down, get a little burst of lift to pop you off the ground, hopefully.
Yep.
And then you can stay in ground effect, stay nice and low, close to the ground. There's a little extra lift down there. And then you can accelerate up to flying speed, and away you go.
Yeah, we're watching an example of short field takeoffs, essentially. I mean, this is what we all learn as pilots. Whenever you get your private pilot's license, you will learn how to do a short field takeoff. Also soft field, but more focused on the short field.
Goose in the throttle.
Yeah.
Goose in the throttle. Goose it, goose it.
Oh! Lexi doesn't know what it is.
We don't know. We're going to have to go to replay for that one.
Wow.
Really working the throttle to keep it. That's going to be, someone's going to put that on TikTok later. Goose in the throttle. Goose in the throttle. Here we go. So let's watch in the replay now. He's working that throttle, trying to get as much thrust as he can to keep him off. He's coming right up to the line.
Oh.
From this angle, very hard to tell.
Man. That parallax is killing me.
Judges are going to check there in the booth. We'll get back to you on that one. Here comes Diesel Dobson now in race number 7.
You see him working the rudder just a little bit.
Well over the line for Diesel.
Yeah, that looks really good. Let's see if we can get it stopped. Looks like 150 on that. Somewhere about, a little bit under 150 actually, the judges are pointing to.
That, folks, by the way, Joel Dobson used to fly the F-16, flew combat missions in Operation Southern Watch in Iraq back in 2001. He was awarded the Air Medal for that. So if you're in the crowd here, a round of applause for Joel Dobson.
I'm seeing that he became a JTAC as well, so he was directing ordnance at some point in his career.
Corey Sloan down. And now it sounds like Matt Peterson, with the voice of an angel, is over with Chip Ferguson in front of the Beaver.
Hey everybody, this is Colonel Retired Matt Peterson. I'm here with Chip Ferguson from sometimes Galveston, sometimes Alaska, who's down here in his Beaver, which has not been on wheels in, what did you say, Chip, 30 years?
Probably 30 years last time it was on wheels for any length of time.
So normally you're using this Beaver to shuttle people out to your fishing lodge up in Alaska.
Own a fishing lodge in Bristol Bay, Alaska. We have 3 beavers on floats, and that's what we do for work in the summertime, is running the lodge, taking people trout fishing, salmon fishing.
That's outstanding. And now he's down in Jennings, Louisiana, out here beating up the grass with us. Well, Chip, in your estimation, how do you think you did?
I think I did pretty good for a beaver. It's a big airplane, but it can land pretty short.
Yeah, well, they look good to me. You weren't much past the line, you know, you had all the energy out of it by the time it came in. It's a lot different from flying it on floats, though, isn't it?
Not too much different, but yeah, we don't have brakes on floats, so that's that's something we got to get used to.
You could drop an anchor out the back. I mean, you know, there's something you could do. All right. Well, guys, back to you.
Thank you so much, Matt. Thank you, Chip, for that interview. Yeah, that's a good point. He's not used to working the brakes.
Yeah.
If he doesn't, yeah, I would like to see him hurl the anchor out, though. Let's catch you guys up on the scores right now in this new heat of practice here. Jeff Harrell, you called it, man.
Yeah.
Short numbers. Combined takeoff and landing score in that first run of practice, 275. Joel Dobson with a combined score of 365, and Corey Sloan with 405. Now, you can see, obviously, these airplanes are lighter.
Yep.
Better power-to-weight ratio, so the numbers are going to get smaller. Woo! I can't wait to see. You called it, man, with Jeff Harrell and the mods and the practice.
He walked up to me and told me a little bit of secrets, some top secret information, and it seems to be working. Not that I was going to discredit him at all. I mean, like, I was just waiting to see the numbers. And that Scout looks fantastic. As he pulls back on the stick and launches himself into the air.
Now, I want to point out something there. The mains came off the ground, but the tail stayed on, and that is also fine, right? We're measuring from when the last main wheel or tire leaves the grass. So that way, the way he kept that tail down and it still was flying off that way, all good.
And
Joel Dobson at number 7.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Well timed
Yeah,
for
that
Joel
was
Dobson.
no need for launching.
Maybe could have. Now we've been saying everyone's been pulling it too early. Maybe he pulled even a half second too late.
I mean, if that.
If that's
But-
right on the money.
Right on the money.
Corey Sloan, race number 37. Okay.
All right.
We've got a dogfight on our
Yeah.
hands. See, I did that because Joel's a fighter pilot.
Yep.
So did a little dogfight joke.
Arguably, Corey might have the advantage because of the less amount of blood that he has to deal with due to an injury he incurred. But
I don't know. I don't know if that's a fair assessment.
it is.
Okay, Jeff Harrell's on base leg right now. I want to go back to that sponsor we're talking about before, Legendary Aviation Coffee Company. They are a premier air-roasted small batch, single origin, specialty grade, direct trade with a promise of never bitter, always better, bougie coffee. So again, Stole 10 for 10% off your order for Legendary Aviation Coffee Company. They've been keeping us caffeinated, and the coffee's like legit good.
Yeah.
Like, I really enjoy it.
It is really good. The tea's really good as well. And that's coming from a ex-Starbucks barista.
What?
Yeah.
I had no idea.
Yes, sir. I told him to his face that coffee was excellent.
I told it to him his face. Okay, Jeff Harrell's going to show us in our faces. That was the worst transition ever. Welcome to National Stole. Look at him hanging it on that prop.
Look at that rudder work.
Oh, wow.
Oh, man, come on.
What? It is just practice, and we just had our first... Did we just have our... Yeah, we had our first sub-100-foot landing here at National Stole 2025. That was stupid.
That is insane.
What was that? The way he is using the throttle on short final, those little bursts of power, that's something else.
I mean, expert execution.
Here's Joel Dobson now, coming in very controlled, barn doors down, really controlled and balancing it right on the edge there.
Right on glide slope. Oh.
No checkered flag from Lexi.
Oh,
She doesn't know.
It was very close.
A little bit longer there. We're sub 150 for sure, maybe just over 125 feet. Go into the replay now for Diesel Dobson. Watching the line there. You see Lexi watching. Oh, you can see why it was hard for her to tell. It happened so fast, but I did see some grass pop up.
I saw some grass pop up, but it looked like... Okay, there we go.
Yep, called scratch by the judges there. Here comes Corey Sloan now. Race 37.
All right.
Dropping it in.
Yeah. Applying the brakes. We can see the... We can actually see... Okay, yeah.
So while they taxi run for their next run, we've got Matt Peterson in the pits with, look at that yellow on yellow jumpsuit airplane combo. That is looking good. Matt,
Hey everybody, this is
there?
Colonel Uncle Matthew here in the pits with Judd Brandt, who has a stock 180, isn't that right?
About as stock as it came. Yeah, right out of Wichita.
Bone stock, no cuffs, no VGs, no hopped up motor,
Single puck brakes.
single puck brakes. And you chose to not participate in the rookie class.
Right. Yeah, I figure in for a penny, in for a pound. Let's go see what
All right, so he's out here for the very first time. He is a rookie, but he's not competing in the rookie class. And how do you think it went out there?
Well, I had fun. If that's any measure, I think it went great. So I think I can use the airplane again. So
Okay.
that was great.
All right. All right, Ryan, Cam, back to you.
Thanks so much, guys, in the field. Yeah, it's good to point out. Maybe I wonder if he's saying, hey, guys, single puck brakes, lay off on my braking technique in the booth, you back chair
flyers.
Whatever. Okay, let's look at the scores now. Jeff Harrell with that super impressive run, last run there, 235 feet combined. Joel Dobson did have a DQ. Corey Sloan improving his score by 5 feet down to 400 here in practice at Swamp STOL. Here's Jeff Harrell again off the line. Look at him getting that tail nice and high, flaps and elevator, and look at it just claw its way into the air. I'm liking Jeff Harrell today. I'm having a lot of fun with him.
That Scout is performing. Like that is doing its job. It's backcountry job, and
It's scouting.
it's scouting.
Scout in the air. Here's Joel Dobson now. Previous best score, 365 combined here in practice.
Nose coming down, tail coming back. Just a little early on the pull, but that's no problem. He's executing excellent short field takeoffs right now.
Yeah, just absolutely, you can tell which pilots have a lot of time based on the amount of finesse.
Yes.
A lot of finesse coming from Diesel there. Corey Sloan. Tail up. Left main stuck on just a little bit longer than the right. That's to be expected with what the wind is doing right now.
Yep.
And so he is off the ground and into the pattern. Right now, from a takeoff perspective, Jeff Harrell improved by a foot, down to 143. Corey Sloan, 183. Joel Dobson, 181. So really tight between those two. We're going to see a little bit of a fight tomorrow, I think, between them. But this class is not over. There's a whole nother heat where you're going to see Jeff Pohl, Jerry Clemens, Austin Clemens coming in tomorrow. Brad Crawford, another one, if I'm not mistaken, flying in that class as well. So that's a lot of heavy competition.
Yeah. And the Husky that he put together, I believe.
Ooh, slipping it. Do you want to go to that annual sponsor list on the broadcast plan? Copy that. Jeff Harrell with an impressive slip, and here he goes again, holding it off. Brum.
Yeah.
Look at him do that. Oh, the
Goose
tail's so far down.
Man.
Oh, Jeff Harrell.
I am flabbergasted.
Look at this on the replay. The tail can't. Oh, I don't know if it could have been any more perfect. The tail can touch just before the line, and it certainly did there. Joel Dobson now on short final in the 172 tail dragger. By the way, before you add us, that is an STC that you can do. Don't at me, bro. It's a real thing.
It is true life. As we found out at Sun and Fun during our interviews.
Nice one for Joel. Maybe giving up about a plane length over the line on that one.
Yeah.
Could be a little more accurate. Fun fact about Joel and his aircraft, anytime we post his airplane on social media, right, the social media team says this is a 172 tail dragger. And then we get the most comments of any other pilot. No matter what airplane or pilot we post, Joel gets the most comments because it's all the Av Geeks correcting our team, saying, no, it's a 170. Oh, contraire, mon frere. It's been modified. Okay, here comes Corey Sloan. Nice one for Corey Sloan, keeping that elevator elevated. So that is going to wrap up the 3 takeoffs and landings for practice for those 3 pilots. We are going to kick it over to a word from our sponsors, and we'll be back in just a minute. And we are back here in Jennings, Louisiana. My name is Ryan Dabrowski, joined with Cam Walton, and we are so excited to bring the first practice of the 2025 National STOL season to you. If you're here in the crowd, make sure to check out nationalstol.com to figure out where you can find us next. And if you're watching online, which I hope you are, don't forget to talk to us in the chat. I'd love to answer any questions you have about STOL flying. We're going to be your STOL guidance counselors today, trying to teach you everything we can about backcountry flying and how we apply it here in this competitive setting.
Welcome to Camp STOL. All right, so right now we've got Jerry Clemens coming up to the line. This is Heat 2.
On board with Jerry Clemens, watching him get the perfect wheel placement right on the line. You're seeing some of the competitors, by the way. If you look right now, you'll notice that they are offset to the left side of the runway. It's because they want to get as much of that crosswind as they can on the nose. Every knot of wind is going to help them get a shorter score. Look at the precision of raising the tail there. Flaps down. And he's bursting into the air.
Man, it was hard not to watch him working in the cockpit. That video is awesome.
Yeah, on board there with Jerry Clemens, number 17 in that Aviat Husky.
And looks like we've got beautiful yellow Super Cub coming up to the line.
So that was Brooks Strength in the rookie class, 1962 Piper Super Cub from Brandon,
Mississippi.
Thank you.
Yep.
I was like, where did it go? All right, and next up, 745 Tango Bravo. That's Tobias Birch.
In a 2019 Carbon Cub EX2.
So I'm excited to see Tobias on the circuit. If you are on socials, you might know him from the Instagram Cub Trekking.
Ooh.
So built that aircraft 2016 to 2019. Just came back from a South America journey. He flew that aircraft all the way down to Patagonia. Think about that, all the way down to Patagonia in a Cub.
Was he in that video with Trent Palmer and all those guys down there?
Yeah, he must have been down there with all those, but he flew all the way down there. He didn't airline and borrow a plane. He did it for real.
That is a substantial trip.
Substantial is an understatement. So that's his first time coming out to compete, but obviously a accomplished bush pilot if you can get to Patagonia and back in one piece.
Yeah.
Here comes Jerry Clemens now on short final. Watch what he does with the throttle here with the onboard camera. That's a lot of hand work going in there. A lot of workload as a pilot. What you saw him do there, he had a lot of things he had to flip and touch and do.
Yeah.
Part of that is getting the reverse thrust activated on his propeller. So there's a seaplane SDC for these aircraft that allow them to have the ability to push the air in the opposite direction, slowing it down, kind of like a jet does with its thrust reversers.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That's what he's doing there, but it's not a silver bullet because it's hard to activate. You saw how much he had to do. Okay, Brooks Strength. Good over the line, bouncing it in the Super Cup.
Getting there stopped.
A little bit over 200 feet. And Tobias Birch, race number 107, all the way from California. Or I guess Patagonia? Did he come here first or did he go home first?
I don't know. I would imagine he probably came here first. That's a long trip from California to here, too.
Putting in the work.
Man, just gliding it in. Wow, that was fantastic.
That was superb. You don't see performances like that from a rookie that often. I think he could even get it stopped a little bit shorter once he gets more comfortable. So great first showing for Tobias.
And we really don't have that much of a change with the wind. So, I mean, that was excellent. Excellent execution.
Say again.
Hey everybody, I'm here with the man, the myth, the legend, the Mr. Jeff Abrams, the owner of Piperzilla, and one of the better mentors out here, if I might say so, on the National STOL Series. You do a lot of mentoring, Jeff.
Thank you, Matt. Yeah, I've been career coaching and mentoring several people working towards their commercial license and other licenses down in Central Florida where I live and most of the people are. I really enjoy it. Take them on some of these cross countries. I've got one with me today, Brian Mills. He's a former college football player and almost commercial pilot, and he's out here on the line volunteering, and it's just very satisfying. He learned a lot on the cross country. It's a great activity. Just enjoying it.
Well, that's outstanding. Now, we noticed that you have a co-pilot with you, seated right behind you. Folks, you might see this co-pilot tomorrow when Jeff comes out. Are you worried about him throwing off your weight and balance at all?
Not exactly. He's very lightweight, I've noticed. We've weighed him a few times. Sometimes we put a headset on him to keep him in place. But he's the autopilot. You might have seen him in a famous movie way back when called Airplane. He's sitting in the back seat of Piperzilla right out here. And when the airplane is all active, he's all happy, and he gives me advice as I'm flying around the pattern, which I probably shouldn't be admitting right now. They might disqualify me, but he helps me a lot.
All right, you wouldn't say he's full of hot air?
I wouldn't say that. Maybe cold air.
All right, back to you, Ryan.
Thanks so much, Matt. And there goes Jerry Clemens on the roll. His first takeoff and landing combined 272 feet. Brooks Strength, the rookie, 380 combined. And look at this, Tobias Birch. What number did I just say for Jerry Clemens, who's been on the circuit for years? Tobias Birch with a combined score of 272. Here is Brooks Strength now on the roll.
What a strong takeoff.
A lot of strength. Was there a lot of strength in that takeoff? Here's Tobias. Race 107. Giving it the beans, and he's, just floating it off. I thought he was going to get off 50 feet shorter based on the way that looked, but that was still really impressive. His previous takeoff, 135.
All right, that's going to be a little bit closer to 175 on that one. Still super short numbers.
We got like no wind.
Yeah. What are we looking at? 040 at 5 knots right now. I mean, it's nothing.
On board with Jerry Clemens now. Watch him. He's very precise as a pilot, right? He's got everything. You even see with the way he lifts the tail up, right? He's got the tail exactly where he wants it when he rolls. He's now turned base to final. Flaps are already set. Working that throttle. Over airport property now. Look at the concentration on his face. Mm-hmm. He's dialed in. I think you can hear us a little bit. Okay. Here he is on short final. Jerry Clemens getting that nose up, tail down, over the line, and heavy on the reverse thrust.
It got him stopped in under 150 feet. I mean...
You know, the best part about Jerry, too, is he's just so fun.
Yeah, absolutely.
He's always having a good time out there. Look at that big smile on his face as he taxis by. Okay, on your left now, here comes Brooks Strength. Love that name. Sounds like a detective.
Yes, Detective Strength.
Especially when you say it in that voice, that movie voice you just did. All right, here's Brooks Strength. Oh, holding it off. A little bit of a balloon. Good over the line, but now he's got to dissipate that altitude. Keeping those brakes exactly right. Well done, Brooks Strength.
Very well done. Tobias on short final.
Yeah, Tobias coming in the Cub. Now, as the circuit has expanded, folks, so has the emphasis on safety. You remember a year or two ago, we added helmets, we added 4-point harnesses mandatory. This year, we've added flight suits and flame-retardant clothing as a requirement for our pilots to make sure that they are all safe. So that's new on the circuit. This year, you're going to see them all in their fancy outfits. Here comes Tobias.
Working that rudder.
Just sliding on those bush wheels, too. He had him full braking action there. As they taxi around to get ready to go, we're going to learn more about Jeff Harrell and his secret weapons.
Secret squirrel stuff.
Ryan, Cam, I am here with Jeff Harrell, a crop duster from North Louisiana, but here today, he's in his Scout. Now, you've got some special modifications on this Scout, don't you?
Yes, some I can't talk about, but yeah.
Okay, we can't talk about it. Can we talk about that fine Sinsnick prop?
That is an amazing prop. It has helped this plane so much. It's unbelievable. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, you had some pretty good runs there. I think your second one, you really laid it down.
Second one felt really good. Yep. Today, man, we couldn't ask for better weather. It's perfect. It's beautiful down here.
So beautiful. And folks, if you're not planning on coming to Swamp STOL 2025, you're messing up, because this is the best weather in the whole 5 years we've done it. Wouldn't you agree?
Oh, I would definitely agree, yes.
Yeah. No mud, it's beautiful and sunny and cool. All right, Ryan, Cam, back to you.
And we're back in the booth. Or actually, we're back with Jerry right now. We're going to see what he's going to do for us on takeoff. You've been watching him work the throttles, work the reverse pitch prop. I mean, excellent execution of using everything that you have in the cockpit. And he's going to give us the beans. He's got the okay from Lexi and the air bosses. That tail is slowly coming up. And he's going to present that wing into the wind. There's just so much happening there. I mean, flaps, launching yourself,
Throttle.
giving it the throttle, like.
When it's, you know this as well as anybody, that throttle doesn't always want to stay full forward, right?
Yeah.
So as soon as you take your hand off of it to go do something else in the cockpit,
Pulls back.
it's like, oh, you don't want thrust, right?
You don't
no, I
need
still
me.
want thrust. What are you doing? Speaking of thrust and some strength, put strength into the sky, nursing his flaps off. Hi to Shay on social. When I grow up, well, let's face it, I won't grow up. That's the right attitude to have. Thanks for saying hi. Wherever you are, appreciate you. Tobias Birch now on the line in that Cub type, race 107. Keeping that tail, oh man, he's floating.
He is floating. He's also got that belly pod on there, which we've been told adds a little aerodynamic efficiency.
Yeah, a little bit of lifting body action there from that belly pod. Hey, while Jerry Clemens comes base to final, let's talk about Lift Aviation USA.
That was nice.
Lift's love for flying drives them to deliver only the finest in aviation products to market. They believe today's pilots deserve much more than what is currently offered in the way of products they wear in the cockpit. Lift Aviation is bridging that gap by making products that are stronger and lighter that you can trust. They actually have 2 helmets they lend to the series. So the rookies, if they're coming in for the first time, they have a helmet to stay safe. There's also gift certificates for each class winner at every regular season event this year. And helmet shells even for the annual points winners in the end. So big thanks to Lift Aviation. Jerry Clemens dropping it in, working those gears. Reverse thrust. It all came together really well for Jerry Clemens on that one.
Looking like just a little bit over 110 on that landing. We'll see what the number comes in. Actually,
Yeah, wow, nice one. Nice eyeballs, Cam.
109 on that landing.
Yeah, so that's going to be Jerry's best combined score for practice with a combined score of 235. Want to put that in perspective for you. Brooks Strength, who's on short final now, best combined score 377. Tobias 272. Brooks holding it off the grass, holding it off, and a little bit too
Here it comes.
short.
I'm on guard.
That one,
That actually really sounded like an air horn at that point.
it did.
Yeah, it went in the meep.
Still kind of weak.
Yeah. We need to get Jack Klein out here with his air horn. I believe that's where we got that from, was from the Birds Backcountry Flight Festival this past year, where if you scratched, you were getting the air horn.
Wow. Tobias Birch coming in now. Race 107. 153-foot takeoff that time, so not as short as to practice. Holding it off, letting it drop in. Good over the line.
Oh, man.
Keeping it straight and just sliding on the turf there for Tobias. What's it gonna be?
I mean, he just floats that in, and he's getting really close to the line. Like, I enjoy seeing that tuft of dust come up.
336 combined for Tobias, so not his shortest. His shortest, again, was 272 for practice. So that is going to be it for that heat of Jerry Clemens, who is very much not a rookie, and 2 rookies, and they all put on an excellent show.
Yeah.
Looks like we've got some sport aircraft taxiing out now for their run at.
Yeah, we just saw Kelly Qualls walk by the booth, so I think he's getting ready to get in his Sport Cub and do some things.
So you guys should cheer for Jerry Clemens as he passes by, but I think he would tell you to cheer for these rookies putting their first competition, putting it all out on the line.
Yep.
It is a little nerve-wracking to come fly in front of people.
It really is, especially when you want to put down good numbers. I mean, this is just practice, but you want to put down good numbers.
Well, and you want to get it all dialed in for tomorrow, right? So, tomorrow there's going to be a crowd here at Jennings Airport watching the competition, and you want to make sure that you get it all dialed in before that. You want to set your sight pictures. You want to see what everything looks like. And you don't want to do anything you haven't done before in competition, so we want to get it all locked in and nice practice for everybody. So looks like we have an aircraft that just landed on the turf runway there. Right beyond that, looks like a Kit Fox there. They're out there.
Looks like we've got a mall.
Mall, yeah.
Yeah.
Mall coming in from maybe some dawn patrol type action over the swamps here down in Louisiana.
We had a few aircraft leave at the beginning of the broadcast too. Eddie and Tony Sanchez, Brian Steck. You might have heard some of that prop noise.
So while we hold here as we get ready for the next bit of practice, first I want to get some shout outs to some of the sponsors we have here for the 2025 National STOL season. Legend Aircraft, Clemens Aviation, Sarasota, Behringer Brakes, and other things. But Behringer joining us this year, thanks to Behringer. Lift Aviation, we just talked about. Flying Eyes, I'm sporting mine, you're sporting yours.
Yeah, we got our deal last week. It was very awesome to hang out with Lauren and Brad.
Hanging out with the Flying Eyes folks. Appreciate their help. Red Tag Art, making some crazy stuff out of old airplane parts.
I can't wait to see Kelsey on the road.
Yeah, just some amazing things there. Legendary Aviation Coffee, iFly EFB, if you're looking for an electronic flight app, check them out. And then Tundra Tailwheel.
Yep.
You want a tailwheel that's good for the Tundra. It's right there in the name.
It really is. I saw it at the booth last week at Sun and Fun, and Josh is a sorcerer out there.
Yeah.
As far as what he's doing in the engineering that's being involved in the tail wheels, and having a locking tail wheel is pretty nice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not a bad thing to have on a tail wheel aircraft. And then last but not least, new on the list as well as Orca.
Yeah.
You know a little bit
app.
about those folks.
Yeah. I met Adriana last week also at Sun and Fun, and we had a very good conversation at the Bushwell Base Camp about the Fly Orca app and what she's doing with it. Essentially, it's you can review your flights after the fact, and then she's wanting to connect the right students with the right CFIs, because not everybody has the same intent. You may want to be an airline pilot, and I may just want to throw around the pits, just on the weekends.
Right.
So, I mean, we have very different intent, and not every flight school, not every flight instructor is made for every student. So we want to make sure that we're pairing the right people together.
That's really cool.
Yeah.
I just downloaded it on my flight down.
Yeah.
Which was American Airlines. Was hoping it was going to be in the 172, but I'm excited to play with it, see what it can do. So big thank you to them for our support.
Yeah, and they're going to be out here on Saturday.
They'll be here tomorrow. Check them out.
Yeah.
Shake some hands. I'm going to have to go meet them and learn a little bit more about what they do. We should also talk about next weekend. You got a busy season this year, my friend. So
oh, man.
Cam is not only with me in the booth for every IRL event, in real life, as the kids say, IRL. He is also one of the announcers for E-STOL. And what's really cool this year about E-STOL, and Cam, I'll let you talk about what E-STOL is, but what's so wild to me is that E-STOL is happening the week after every in real life event.
Yeah, last year we were behind on the events, maybe two competitions or so. So we'd be in Louisiana, and then the next one on the road the next two on the road. Sorry, so it would have been like Pony Express, and then we would be in Microsoft Flight Simulator for Swamp STOL. But this year it's the weekend after. So Watch the in real life broadcast and then practice your chops up in Microsoft Flight Simulator and come fly with us next weekend at Jennings at Tree Romeo 7.
Good job on the I can't even speak now. Good job on the correct phraseology. Tree, not three.
Not three.
Nice job.
Tree.
The FAA will be very proud. No, but this is a big deal. So what's cool about eSTOL, right? It's in Microsoft Flight Simulator. You go fly at all the events. We take photogrammetry of the airports. It's very almost exactly how it is in the event. It's just the weather will be 1 week later because it's pulled live, if I'm not mistaken.
Right.
I tried to fly in a 170B at Hartford for eSTOL.
Mm-hmm.
It was harder for me to fly in Flight Simulator than it was for me to fly my actual Cessna.
Yeah.
It's a real thing. And we do the broadcast just like you're watching right now. So anyway, getting ready for the next round of practice. But check out eSTOL next week. Cam's going to be there. You co-hosting with Burstix?
Yep, with Burstix. And I don't know who our special guest is going to be, but we're going to have a special guest along with us.
Oh.
It could be Okando.
It's not me.
We need to have a better presence on the eSTOL platform for sure. Both of us. We need to be flying.
I want to be flying it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I want to come in and compete.
Absolutely.
So here's Kelly Qualls now on the line. He's in a 2007 Cub Crafters Sport Cub.
One of my best buddies from Arkansas. We have an awesome flying community out there. And got his pilot's license in 2007. Went without flying for a good little bit and came back into it around the time of I want to say around the time of Arkansas is when I met him for the very first time. Bought a Cessna 150 in 2018, and now as you see he's in the Sport Cub, a new addition to him, and with 100 horsepower, so he says. It's 100 horsepower, right?
He was so adamant when we met him this morning. He's like, it's 100 horsepower. Make sure everyone knows. It's 100 horsepower.
Just
100 horsepower. But here's the cool thing about Kelly. He's going to be flying at the STOL Invitational at Oshkosh this year. So he's bringing that only 100 horsepower Cub to Oshkosh to fly in a demo in front of like 20,000 people. So he's like, I got some practicing to do.
Yeah.
He's going to be ready to go. Looks like we're holding for some transient traffic here at Jennings. We could be practicing in just a second for Kelly Qualls. So pretty cool to see him. Excited to watch him. He can really fly the snot out of that thing, though.
Yeah.
Not afraid to slip it.
He was a rookie in that aircraft. What, was it last year or was it 2 years ago?
I don't know. Yeah.
Well, he won the rookie class.
He did.
When he was here. I think it was 2 years ago because I think Anitra was still on board at that time. But, yeah, I mean, came in, flew the snot out of it, and flew the snot out of rookie class in the same weekend.
Yeah, rookie no more. And now he's going to be hanging out in the Cub class. So that's Kelly Qualls on the line. While we're waiting for the air bosses to give us the... Oh, speak of the devil. Here we go. Green flag.
Goes. Tail up. All right. Wow, dude.
Dude, he knows what to do with that thing. We have another yellow Cub. I think this is Stan Shimkus.
Yes.
In a 2016 Carbon Cub SS.
He's going to have a little bit more horsepower than Kelly.
Yeah, he's got the Titan 340 in that aircraft.
Oh, just a little more.
But look at that. Very comparable in length.
Yeah.
Okay, now I believe we've got sport class competitors rolling up right now. I'm going to check here. Over to rookie class, Scott Tyree in a 1998 Kit Fox 4. The color, by the way, Cam, happiness yellow.
Yes. He's one of our production guys. In fact, I was talking to him yesterday. He's really excited about being here, being able to compete.
Off the ground there, that aircraft's also producing 100 horsepower, Rotax 912.
Looks like we got a little bit short of 250 on that takeoff. For his very first takeoff at National STOL.
I believe this is David Warren in a 1967 Piper Super Cup.
Met David Warren at Arkansas. He's got an Arkansas sticker on the left side of his cowling. Awesome guy. Awesome airplane. We love Super Cubs.
So a little bit of a mixed heat here. All the aircraft are more or less the same type, but we've got some rookies mixed in with some Cub class folks. Kelly Qualls now short final there in that yellow Cub. By the way, if you're going to have a Cub, it's got to be yellow, right?
Yeah, pretty much.
The only
Yellow
way
Cub.
to fly, yellow Cub.
There should be a song.
And someone write a song. Use AI if you have to. Okay. Well, he's coming in on 100 horsepower. I want to talk about Clemens Insurance. You saw Jerry Clemens flying in the last heat. Clemens Insurance is the most affordable and best insurance coverage available, and they maintain the highest standard of excellence. So if you need aviation insurance, give them a call. Here's Kelly now.
Gonna plop it in.
Working those gear.
Yeah, using those Acme brakes. Or, I'm sorry, those Acme shocks, excuse me.
So that was pretty incredible for Kelly Qualls there. Only 100 horsepower, but if we were putting all of practice together, he would be in third place with a combined score of 247 feet.
And Stam Shimkus coming in, giving us some good rudder work. Remember that the rudder is most important here at these airspeeds. You're gonna have your ailerons are gonna be pretty mushy. So, and it looks like he's got it stopped in about 132 feet or so. But as I was saying, you want to make sure that you're watching how these pilots work the rudder, because at these low speeds and high angles of attack, we got a scratch from Scott. At these low speeds and high angles of attack, your ailerons become mush. The wing wants to drop, you want to correct for it, and you're going to make it worse. So you want to use the rudder.
Counterintuitive.
Yes, very counterintuitive, especially from what you learn as a student pilot. Honestly,
you know, this might be a good time to talk about like Control Surfaces 101 for
Yeah.
folks, because we talked a little bit about flaps, but watch as this next aircraft comes in now, this Cub. The flaps are the inboard controls. That's what providing that extra lift, that extra drag. Ailerons, what Cam is talking about, are on the ends of the wings. They control roll, but look at the rudder. Look at the rudder control, keeping it all there. The rudder is what controls your yaw, just like the rudder of a boat.
Yep.
And then I guess just to round it out, the elevator, we talked a little bit about that. It's what elevates you, right? It controls the pitch of the aircraft. And so, to your point, watching him come in right there, all balancing on the rudder. Those ailerons weren't moving at all. Now, look who we have in the pits. We've got Jerry Clemens with Matt Peterson.
Thanks, Ryan. We're here live with Uncle Jerry Clemens. Everybody calls him Uncle Jerry out here on the series. Well, how do you think you did today in practice?
Oh, I had fun. I had lots of fun. So I got to lead the rookies around, which that felt good. Uncle Jerry taking care of the rookies.
That's right. We've already talked about mentorship a little bit already in the broadcast. It's really awesome to hear you keeping that alive.
Oh yeah. You know, we have such a good group here. It's nice to have a little family to help each other out.
That is outstanding. Okay, I'm going to ask you one more question before we kick it back to Cam and Ryan. What do you think about this weather?
Oh, you can't beat it. This is incredible. And we had a tail wheel coming down, and we've got a tail wheel or a tailwind coming down, and a tailwind supposedly going home.
Going back to
Can't
Kansas.
beat it.
Not bad. All right. Well, back to you, Ryan, Cam, and then we'll see you with the next pilot.
Thank you so much, Matt. Great to talk to Uncle Jerry with a great performance out there today in practice. Kelly Qualls now on the line. Full beans. And off short for Kelly Qualls. He knows there is no, he's humble.
He's very humble.
He's a humble guy, but like, why did you get picked for the STOL demo? Because of that. He's got it timed. He's got it dialed in exactly perfect every time. Previous score here in practice, 247 feet.
I don't even know what to say. I'm very proud of him, though.
Okay, next. Another yellow cub.
Mr. Stan Shimkus. See what numbers he's going to give us.
So Stan did DQ that last run, but with pretty short numbers. A 90-foot takeoff just now for Stan Shimkus. I want to point out he was significantly shorter than Kelly, and we were just like, oh, that's good. It's like 30 feet shorter. All right, here's the Kit Fox. Build that in your garage. Just floating off.
Mr. Scott Tyree.
So Scott Tyree also with a scratch that time around. 250-foot takeoff, much shorter this time, 181 feet. So big improvement on the takeoff. Got to bring it in for the landing this time.
And David Warren pulling back on the stick. Getting airborne in the Super Cub. I'm starting to think these winds are a little bit faster.
Yeah, we're getting a little bit more on the nose. So Kelly's in short final now, final approach, maybe not short final yet. He's off to your left if you're in the crowd here at Jennings. We talked a little bit about it, but Cam, you and I were at Sun and Fun with the whole National STOL crew last week in Florida. It was super hot.
Super humid, too.
Super hot, super humid, brutal.
Yes. Sweat.
But a great time. We were interviewing all the various STOL pilots.
And volunteers.
Yeah, it was a great time there at National STOL booth. So if you came by and said hello, thank you so much. Look at Kelly now, keeping it under control. He started to lose that wing, a little bit of burst of throttle to keep him in the air. He's stabilized it now. Full flappy dappies.
Flappy dappies.
And here that angle of attack indicator, a little bit of burst of throttle. Maybe didn't need it, I'm not sure, but he added it for safety to get over the line. And it looks like he's, 125, 100-ish?
Yeah. 125-ish.
He was working that thing.
He really is working that thing. The Sport Cub.
With only 100 horsepower. Come on, dude. It's a great pilot. I don't know. He doesn't need any more than 100 horse.
That's true.
Why burn more fuel if you don't need it?
I mean,
we'll see why you would do that maybe later.
Maybe later. Maybe.
Other airplanes that might have more. Okay. Bringing it in now, Stan Shimkus. Look at how stable that approach was. Okay.
It's almost having flashbacks.
That was going to be another. They're going to clip that into a TikTok. All right. Nose started to come down. Tail started to come up a little bit too much. What you do in that position is you let up on the brakes. You got to release those brakes.
Yep.
And then you add a little bit of throttle while you pull back on the elevator. He got it exactly figured out. Let's watch the replay there. Holding it up. Got it. No problem. Chill out, Ryan. Ryan, just calm down a little bit. Okay, Kit Fox is on the ground as well.
We'll see what number Scott's given us. I was about to say I thought that might have been a scratch, but it was a scratch for his second landing during practice at National STOL at Swamp STOL 2025. And David just going to throw it on the ground there. I think we've got an air horn coming.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think he's even going to give it to him. He tried to save it.
All right.
And as they come back around, it looks like we've got Corey Sloan in the pits with Matt Peterson. Matt, how's it going?
Thanks, Ryan. I'm here with Corey Sloan, Texas, who just got finished practicing. Corey, it's a little windy now, and the wind seems to be coming right down the runway. How was it during practice?
It's pretty good for us, just a little bit out of the northeast seemed like. Not much of a crosswind, so pretty blessed to have an earlier practice than these guys.
Oh, man. So you think you're going to be able to work with this tomorrow during the competition?
Oh, yeah, no problem. I got my lucky leg. We'll be in good shape.
All right. As long as we don't get a hard crosswind from the left,
Exactly.
You got it handled.
Right.
Outstanding. All right, Ryan, Cam, back to you.
Really appreciate that. And yeah, you guys, it was a little bit of who's on first, who's on second. Left, right? What is it? What's it going to be? Here's Kelly Qualls now getting that tail up for his third run. Whoa, there we go. Another sub 100-foot takeoff for Kelly Qualls in that Cub. Stan Shimkus coming up to the line.
As we wait for Kelly to clear the pattern, or at least clear upwind on the pattern.
That is going to be Kelly Qualls' best takeoff of practice with 98 feet.
He's going to be really happy with that number. Stan pulling the tail back.
Stan
Man.
Shimkus. He's out for blood. So what's that number going to be? It was a little bit longer by 2 feet, 100 feet even for Stan Shimkus. So watch these two battle it out tomorrow.
Yeah, in the club class. Scott Tyree on the takeoff roll, pulling the tail up.
Just nursing it off.
Oh, yeah.
Just floating it up.
That was very nice. Very graceful in the Kit Fox.
That's one of the more prolific home-built backcountry airplanes. Worth taking a look at.
Yeah.
They don't make them like that anymore.
That's
so tiny. You got a bigger one now. But if you're looking for a deal on the STOL airplane market,
oh yeah, Kit
find
Fox.
a Kit Fox, an older Kit Fox. Okay. Yanking a little early, but off still pretty good. Right around the 125, maybe 124 foot mark there for David Warren. His best takeoff was 111. 2 scratches on the board for David Warren, so that's going to be a thing he's got to try to figure out here in practice. Get one down and locked just so he's feeling confident for tomorrow.
Yep.
Kelly Qualls coming around the bend. And just go to back to Sun Fun.
Man.
A lot of the pilots you're going to see on the circuit this year were there as part of the STOL Invitational. We got to spend time with them and meet everyone at the National STOL booth and just have a grand old time. It was a little too hot for my northerner tastes, being from Wisconsin. Definitely mostly felt like I was dying.
Yeah, yeah.
But also had a good time.
I can say that it was really hot, especially for being from Arkansas. For me, we're used to heat and humidity, but that was the beginning of the summer, it felt like, for me. And I was happy to be there. I was on the Sun and Fun photography team, and they were gracious enough to allow me to do the broadcast, be out in the Bushwill base camp with Anitra, and still do my job and submit photos for them. So really appreciative of that team, of Dan and Carolyn, for letting me do that.
Kelly Qualls dropping it in. That was a short one, a little bit over 75 feet. I think that is going to be his shortest. It was so unremarkable and stable as we came up.
I mean, I was looking at it, I saw it happen with my eyes, and it just felt, there was like so much finesse that I don't know where the excitement went, but I'm like, it's deep down inside.
No, it just people make it look easy, right? He made it look super easy. 80 feet. That's going to give him a combined score of 178 feet. That's the shortest combined score of practice so far today. Stan Shimkus now down on the line, heavy on the brakes, and nice and stopped. Whew, man, these guys are going for it.
As I'm giving the extreme thumbs up to Kelly right now. I don't even know if he realizes what he just did, but
yeah, that one is one for the books.
Yeah.
For Kelly Qualls. He's going to remember that one and how it felt exactly just right. All right, Scott Tyree giving up about 150 feet before touching down. So good over the line for Scott.
And I talked to him yesterday, and he's not really concerned with throwing down crazy numbers. He just wants to fly safely and get into the competition, and just get it dialed in for him. Because he's putting in a lot of practice, and he's really excited. And I can understand where he's coming from, because I feel like at the same time I would have that buck fever to try and just do so well.
Ooh, big alpha.
Woo!
Big angle of attack when that nose is super high. He was hanging it all out there.
He's putting that Super Cup gear, them big tires, and that huge tail wheel to good use back there.
Oh, look at that bounce on replay.
Yeah.
That was something else. Okay, we are getting ready for the next heat. But before we do, folks, I want to talk about one of our sponsors, Flying Eyes Optics. Cam and I are both wearing ours. And if you can cut to us here in the booth, I want to show you some magic real quick. I'm old, right? And I need special glasses. These are LGBT lenses, but they're really just bifocals, right? But I got these magnetic sunglasses that just pop on like that, so I can have my non-polarized pilot sunglasses, throw them on like a cool guy, wear them. So that's Flying Eyes. We get to hang out with them at Sun and Fun, like you mentioned.
Yep.
You can save 10% on your Flying Eyes glasses.
Mine aren't magic. They just cover my eyeballs.
They work, though. Here, I'll do that again. So you can save 10%. Use coupon code NATIONALSTOL, all spelled out, NATIONALSTOL. Go to flyingeyesoptics.com for that. So big thanks to them. Top 3 in each class at the end of the year receive a gift certificate for full-on sunglasses. So I wear them a lot. They fit in. I think the other thing people need to know about Flying Eyes, right? The big differentiator, besides the magnets, how do they work, is that they come in under your headset real comfortably, right? It doesn't break the seal.
Yeah, I can hear it.
So you're wearing your noise-canceling headset in the cockpit. It's way more comfortable, and it's not going to break that noise-canceling seal for you. So that's the other part of Flying Eyes we really appreciate. I'm going to put these back on. I feel like, what's that show? Where he's like, the detective show? Where he's like, what's that guy? All right, we're going to go figure out what show I'm trying to talk about. It's the one where it's like, that looks like, it was like a dead person show, and it's like, oh, it looks like she just didn't know how to get ahead. And then they like put the sunglasses on. Anyway, all right, this is great TV. We're going to take a quick commercial break and be back with more practice from Jennings, Louisiana, National STOL 2025.
Learn from flyers worldwide. Watch your flights unfold with accurate terrain, scenery, altitude, ground speed, and ground track. Improving your wind situational awareness by reviewing your flight path with wind data. Invite friends to join you. Debriefing with peers is a blast. Seeing your skills improve fast by avoiding repeated mistakes. Never wasting a chance to document bragging rights, or continue to improve by connecting with pilots and instructors who inspire you. Just tap to record.
Sarasota was created actually back in the 70s, but we and Bert and Vince, my two partners, they've sold their business to Ryan and Sean, which is my two other partners now. We started around in 1999, 2000. Just had one little spot in this hangar, and we've built it up from there. So we've been here for 23 years now. And then we have 5 facilities now here in the state of Florida. First starts in Tampa, Sarasota. Venice here is our main headquarters, and we have Punta Gorda and then Fort Lauderdale, Lantana. Then we have partners in Brazil, South Africa, Greece, Tullahoma, Tennessee, all over the world. We're the largest Garmin dealer in the world. So that's probably what we've been known for. So we do more installs on aircraft, general aviation, anything really under 10,000 pounds than anybody else in the world. So, and we've been that for quite a few years now.
And we are back here in Jennings, Louisiana for Swamp STOL 2025. If you're just joining us, my name is Ryan Dabrowski. I'm joined by Cam Walton on the mic here in the booth, the broadcaster booth. And as we get ready for the next bit of practice right now, I want to throw it back out to the field. Looks like we've got, yeah, there they are. We've got Kelly Qualls. Kelly, if you can hear me, you had a combined score of 178 feet. Might have some technical difficulties out there. They're gonna move to a bit closer place, but
do not
get ready for more.
Do not back into the Highlander.
Yeah, there's a prop coming at your head.
Okay.
Hi everybody, I'm here with Kelly Qualls, a very familiar face on the STOL circuit. You've been at this for a while.
2 years.
2 years now. So you're here in your Cub Crafters.
Yep.
Okay, and you're running a how many horsepower motor?
It's 100 horsepower. It's got high compression pistons, 9 to 1, so it's probably a little over 100 horse, but it's powered by a Continental O200.
Okay, and we just got a call back on your score of 178. How you feel about that?
Pretty content with 178. A lot of the people competing with me are flying in that same group. We're landing short of 100, at least when I was sitting on the line. So it's going to be really hard to compete with them this year.
It's always competitive here on the National STOL Series. Let's just hope we have some weather tomorrow like we're having today.
Yeah, I'm loving the wind. The wind is making it a whole lot more fun than a no-wind situation.
Yeah, most pilots actually ask for calm days. We beg for the wind. All right, guys, back to you.
Thank you so much, guys, for that interview. And yeah, it's still so humble.
Yeah.
Kelly's like, oh, I'm pretty happy with that. They're landing shorter, but you have the shortest score of the day so far, Kelly's. Something to be proud of here, man. All right, here we go. Lee Boyd. Woo! He's going for it. Looks like we've got Tobias Birch back out for some more practice.
The iridescent Cub that we just saw from Lee Boyd.
Yeah, Lee Boyd from Appleton, Tennessee. 2012 Cub Crafters Carbon Cup. Got a CC340 on the front end of that thing. Here's Tobias Birch, the rookie. Woo! Okay, that's a short one for Tobias. Working that extra wind. The flags are doing a little bit more for us.
Yeah, they are dancing a little bit more.
And what do we have here? Is that a clipper?
Is that a clipper or a pacer or a Colt?
You just listed every short wing Piper.
Yeah.
I guess tri-pacer, but we know it's not that.
Let's see.
I'm going to say that is a Piper Pacer. Look at those flaps dropped there. Andrew Jardetsky.
Okay, yep.
That tracks, right? 1957 Piper PA-22/20. So I joked about a tri-pacer, but that aircraft started its life as a tri-pacer. Then they lopped, probably quite aggressively, they lopped the nose wheel off, put a tail wheel on the back, which actually is what Matt Peterson is doing with his Cessna.
Yep.
Right now, we just finished that up, and also what Joel Dobson did to his Cessna. So it's not uncommon, but that's what happened to that airplane. 1957. That's why it says PA-22/20. Both types, technically.
Nice.
With that STC. Okay.
It's going to give Katie Waito a run for her money in the Clipper.
Yeah. 1949 Piper Clipper. Katie Waito coming in from Canada. Okay. Lee Boyd in that Cub. Floating up. A little bit of left wing drop. Holding that nose high. Oh. I'm going to say that was short. What is... Yeah, short from the line judge, Alexi Duncan, as well. So that's called a scratch for Lee Boyd. You got to look out for Lee, though. He is a heavy hitter.
Yeah. I mean, as soon as that plane hit the STOL circuit, I knew things were going to happen. And he gets it dialed in really quick.
Also, we say it every time, but it's pretty.
It is absolutely gorgeous.
Put a lot of work into that paint job. Tobias Birch now on the left, working that wind.
Yeah. We're at 360 at 7 knots. Oh.
Little short for Tobias Birch as well. Yeah, so you were correct. 360 degrees at 7 knots. We're still CAVU clear above, visibility unlimited. Density altitude maybe coming up a little bit, but dude, we are so low right here at Jennings. 1,023 feet for density altitude, folks. That's basically the altitude the airplane thinks it's at, based on the conditions, the heat, the humidity. So field elevation here in Jennings is only 23 feet above sea level. It's finally getting hot enough at 77 degrees Fahrenheit to raise that up a little bit, but it's kind of not a factor at all. Here comes the Pacer.
With D-Day stripes.
Bouncing it in.
Yeah. I mean, he had a little energy coming in, but that landing sub 300 landing, I mean, he's going to get it dialed in. We're going to see a lot shorter landing on this next go round.
Yeah, and that's the other thing, right? So you think about how do you compete in STOL, or how do you even just do STOL operations in the backcountry, right? We know what we're doing here is not a great approximation to STOL in terms of we were interviewing the pilots at Sun and Fun, right? And we were like, oh, like how does it compare? And they're like, well, let's be real. It's pretty rare that we're landing in the backcountry on a perfectly groomed turf runway.
Yeah.
Right, we're landing uphill, downhill, rocks, sharks probably, alligators, whatever.
Yep.
So there's a bit more risk for them when they're in the actual backcountry, but we're approximating it the best we can here, simulating that sandbar landing. That was Corey Robin is the one who explained it to me that way, and I loved it.
Okay.
And you're landing in that sandbar in the backcountry. Your own version of an aircraft carrier landing.
Really? I mean, that's essentially what it is. And you're going to land on an aircraft carrier, and it's going to be the shortest that we have.
Gotta be short, yeah.
I mean,
you know, a lot of our pilots, I think, would have no problem.
Absolutely not.
But so, in terms of what we're trying to do, right? It's all about energy management. Slower you can come in. Woo! Okay. That's another one who just makes it look easy. That was Lee Boyd. Doing Lee Boyd things. Tobias Birch on the line now in the Cub.
Going to do some Patagonia things. And not the clothing line. Like the real mountain
Yeah, like
range.
really went there.
Yeah.
Really flew it there. I had him on my YouTube show years ago. And he was talking about planning that trip. So I can't wait to talk to him about it. Here he is. Floated off. Looks like 110, 115. Here comes the Pacer.
Those D-Day stripes are cool on there.
Yeah, it's a sharp bird.
Yeah. And it's another one of those yellow with not a hard color like a yellow and a white or a yellow and a black. We're yellow and gray.
So Andrew Jardetsky off in the Clipper. We've got Lee Boyd turning downwind to base off in the distance. Folks, don't forget to visit the merch booth if you're here at National STOL in Jennings. The other thing we need your help with, this is like a big thing we need your help with. We need you to vote for your favorite pilot. Go to nationalstol.com/vote. Nationalstol.com/vote. You can vote for your favorite pilot. They actually win a thing. Like they get like a trophy and stuff. So it's like a real thing. We need you to vote for them. So maybe it's Kelly Qualls today in practice with the current, shortest takeoff and landing combined. Maybe you're really into vintage Pipers and you want to vote for Andrew Jardetsky or any of the other pilots. But check them out, nationalstol.com/vote. Here's Lee Boyd.
Got the flaps down. Looks like he's crabbing into the wind. Looks like it. I guess we have a left quartering crosswind. Yeah, and as we're talking about the wind dropping, your wings dropping into the wind or trying to overcorrect with the ailerons, like that's the things that'll happen to you. I mean, you don't want to do that. You don't want to do that anywhere, honestly. That's not what Lee was just doing, but just as an example, the wings want to drop. You want to use the ailerons to overcorrect for them, but you really are supposed to use the rudder.
And so we've been talking about energy management. Look at Tobias right now, right? He's got a very stable approach. Nose is pretty high. He's working the flaps, working the throttle to keep the airplane in the air. Little burst of throttle. He's going to need a little bit more. Good over the line for Tobias there. And notice how much energy he's not having to dissipate with his brakes. He's able to come in that slow. Now, we always tell our pilots, hey, it's a STOL competition, not a slow flight competition. But there is a portion of this that is about flying slow, right?
Yes.
The slower you can safely approach at, the less energy your brakes need to dissipate. The other thing you'll see pilots like Tobias do, although his airplane barely showed it. Actually, here's Lee Boyd on the replay, coming in over the line, that left wing dropping out. The more energy you can push into the ground vertically, right?
Yes.
This energy that is being dissipated by your shocks and not propelling you forward. So that's the other thing you'll see pilots do, especially if they have, the Cub-type aircraft or even like this Clipper, right? You've got gear that can kind of like dissipate that. Here he is now, Jardetsky. He's got a lot of forward motion, right? He's got to dissipate with those brakes. But he was helping himself with aerodynamic braking, elevator all the way up, stick full back, or I guess in the Pacer, yoke full back.
Yep. But you bring up a good point with the energy management and directing energy into the ground and the slow flight. We're moving, like in an aircraft, we're moving in a 3D space. It's not 2D. We're not on the road going forward, being able to turn left or right. It's full range of motion. And if you looked at Tobias when he was coming in, you can kind of see the tail kind of making a circle, like as he's making corrections where he's pulling up on elevator and putting in rudder corrections. It kind of is making a little circle and doing things in a 3D space. And so that's something that you learn about as a private pilot when you're getting your license, is you have to kind of forget that it's not like driving. We're not turning left and right.
So I want to point something out. This, you and I, again, he makes it look so easy. Lee Boyd, his takeoff was insane, and we just glossed over it. So Lee, if you're watching this later, we apologize. 58-foot takeoff on that last run. We're just like, oh yeah, there he is.
Yeah.
Lee's just doing Lee stuff.
Airplanes.
Airplaning. His landing was 116 feet, so a combined score of 174. It's going to put him 4 feet in front of Kelly Qualls for practice here. Let's see if he can do even better on this takeoff. Oh,
man.
They're walking to the other side of 50, so we just finally had our first sub 50-foot takeoff here in Jennings. Woo, doggy.
I mean, and he had his fuselage, he had his nose into the wind, so that's another thing that's going to help them out is putting that nose into the wind now that we have a what seems like a left-quartering crosswind slightly.
Tobias taking advantage of that as well, but quite a bit longer, a little, again, in that like 110, 115 range. 48 feet was the official number from the judges for Lee Boyd there in practice. Jardetsky, best score so far, his first one, 573 combined.
See what's going to do different to get it dialed in. All right, dropping those flaps and pulling back on the yoke.
So his best takeoff was 275 on his first run. 302 on that one, so still the first one, the best one for race number 71 there. Lee Boyd now in race 219, base leg, getting ready to turn left base to final. Hey, what are we doing tonight, Cam?
We're going to fly out to DI's. Hopefully, hopefully we can find rides to fly out.
Yeah, if you're a pilot at Jennings right now, Cam and I both need a ride to DI's. If you got an open seat, we'd love to fly with you to DI's. DI's is a Cajun restaurant just north of here. North? Yeah, just north of here.
Yep.
And I know what directions are, which I was a Boy Scout. Cajun Strong is also going to be putting on a concert here at the airport.
Ooh, so we get Cajun food, then Cajun music tonight.
Cajun on top of Cajun.
That's a Cajun sandwich?
Yeah.
All right, I'm good with that.
Okay, Lee's dropping down into the pocket now.
An aviation po' boy sandwich.
An aviation po' boy. Little burble for Lee. Okay, burst of power.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, he's going to let it drop now. Bam! Good over the line. A little bit of brake fade to the left. That was short.
That was really short.
That was remarkably short.
And the dissipation of energy into the ground is textbook to what you were talking about. I mean, we just want to throw it into the ground just like a basketball.
You can hear the planes that are outfit and able to do it, right? You can't do it in a Cherokee the way that people in the Cub-type aircraft can do.
Right.
If you can drop it in there, it's not about passenger comfort, right? It's about passenger safety. And if you're landing in the backcountry for real, you got to get it stopped, man.
Yeah.
You might have water on the other end. You might have trees. You might have a goat.
Yeah, or cow.
Tobias Birch, good over the line. And he's landing with those brakes locked. Like, that whole time, those brakes were locked from touchdown to stop. A little bit of let up at the end of it when the tail started to come up.
Yeah.
Guys, this number from Lee Boyd, insane. 48-foot takeoff, 104-foot landing. It's got a combined score of 152 feet. So he is not messing around.
That's
Lee
the
Boyd.
shortest numbers we've seen so far today, huh?
Yeah. Number 2, Kelly Qualls.
Yeah. Throwing it down.
Here comes that pacer, that converted tri-pacer. Sliding down into a lower approach. You can see working against that crosswind, right? That left wing coming down.
Yeah, he's going to pull power and probably pull the nose up to dissipate a little energy.
Coming in kind of hot, touching down, and we've
hot.
got a lot to dissipate, but good over the line.
I mean, good brakes, too. I mean, he has excellent brakes. If he can drop some of that energy before, dissipate some of that energy before he crosses the line, I mean, he's going to have some very competitive numbers.
No, super good. So that's going to wrap up that heat. Lee Boyd, one to watch for tomorrow. Look out. Andrew Jardetsky coming in the pacer. That's going to be super cool to see. And Tobias Birch getting another 3 in the books. He actually also got his best score. We kind of missed it there in all the excitement, but he got his best score as well of practice with a combined score of 237. So Tobias put himself into a good spot. He's 6th overall in practice right now, which is pretty incredible. So again, if you're here in Jennings, or you can make the trip to Jennings from wherever you are. Hop in the plane and fly down here. Come to DI's, have some food with us.
Oh, man. So
Come
good.
see the Cajun Strong concert here at the airport. It's going to be great. We are getting ready for some more practice here. While we get ready, I want to talk about another one of our sponsors. Let's talk about Sarasota Avionics. They're a long-term partner of National STOL, the authorized Garmin dealer, #1 aircraft avionics installing dealer in the nation for panel mount GPS avionics systems. Upfront pricing, superior service, expert consultants, one-stop shop for your next avionics upgrade. They offer Garmin prizes that are distributed to be annual awards. At the end of the season, there's going to be Garmin prizes for the annual class winners. So big thanks to Sarasota Avionics for that. Check them out. Get that Garmin drip.
Yeah.
Do the kids say that?
Yeah, they might as well. I mean, I'll put some Garmin USB plugs into the airplane.
Yeah, even a champ. Even a champ.
Even a champ.
You can do it. Okay, we got another Kit Fox hanging out on the line here. It's Matt Dorsum. Race number 95.
Woo!
Oh, look at that thing go.
He came to play. All right.
So that's a Kit Fox 4, right? Same thing as we saw before. This one's the black and silver one. 1995 Kit Fox 4. But it's got a Yamaha Apex 160 horsepower engine bolted on the front instead of a Rotax or something like that. So he knows what to do with that. That's a 160 horsepower engine. He's got TK1 landing. He's got Behringer brakes.
Oh, yeah.
Behringer wheels and everything. 29-inch tires. It's got the T3 tail wheel on the back. That thing is modded out. Only weighs, let's put this in perspective, 160 horsepower on an aircraft that only weighs 775 pounds. Sheldon Hetherington. Look at him go. So Sheldon doing hot boy things in Redbird now for us.
Yes.
He's from Gulf Breeze, Florida. He was also at Sun and Fun doing the demo.
Yes, he was.
Just flew the pants off that thing. 35-year-old line supervisor out of Pensacola. Used to fly in a 182. Now flying the Zenith 750. It's got a Rotax 912 on the front.
Yeah.
But look at what that thing can do with its golf cart tires. It's got VGs on the flaps. He's got a larger tail he threw on it in between last season and this season.
Yep.
Give him a little more rudder authority. But he's, man, that airplane only weighs 745 pounds. All metal.
That's super wild.
Riveted together. And then what's
all
this?
Metal.
What, yeah.
Yeah.
What's this weird thing coming out?
Oh, that would be a Chinook.
Yeah, 2008 Chinook Plus 2.
Plus 2, yeah, absolutely. Piloted by Russ Keith.
Getting it off the ground, nice and short. A little more unique of a design. You're going to see another one fly later today. Dan Reynolds flies one of those as well. Russ is from Louisville, Texas. That thing's powered by a Rotax 912. 100 horsepower. So you got a bunch of different aircraft. Well, you got the... Matt Dorsum doesn't count with the Yamaha, but you've got Sheldon Hetherington and Russ Keith flying Rotax 100 horsepower engines. That airplane, the Chinook, it's the first time we've seen it during practice today, 611 pounds empty. Gosh. So we're just getting really light.
Super light, throw on an engine. Some Wright Brothers-esque stuff.
Matt Dorsum now on final approach to your left.
Nice.
79-foot takeoff, by the way, from Matt Dorsum.
Bringing in the Kit Fox nice and slow with so we talked about flaps, we talked about ailerons, but this aircraft has flapperons.
Yeah, you just put them together. Woo! Working that 160 horsepower, dropping it in.
Nice.
If he didn't have that much power, that he wouldn't have been able to get over the line with that.
Yeah.
That totally saved him there. Well done by Matt Dorsum. With that burst of power, he did have a lot more energy to dissipate. He kind of threw himself over the line. So good to be on the board in competition tomorrow, right? You do that sort of thing.
Don't hit the sign. All right, he's good.
Made it around there.
Yeah.
So combined score of 182 for Matt Dorsman. That's going to put him in third place for practice overall. Here comes Sheldon Hetherington. Does he have the most syllables? He probably has the name with the most syllables of any competitor.
I feel like I was trying to avoid saying his last name a few times on the broadcast last week just because of that. It was very hot.
It's a lot of, you don't want to have any extra energy in your mouth. You don't want to use any extra energy. Here he comes. Now look at the the angle of attack this plane is capable of. Just riding it all the way down.
And so easy. I mean, like, it says he's got golf cart tires, but I mean, like, he has probably some of the smallest tires out here.
Yeah.
And he's throwing down good numbers.
You know, that's something we've seen over the years, right? When National STOL first came on the scene 5 years ago here, well, I guess Central Florida Classic, and we had the first inaugural event in Texas, but the first, we think back to 5 years ago, Swamp STOL, all these airplanes had super fat tires.
Yeah.
And over time, because we're not landing on rocks, we're not landing on riverbeds, we're landing on groomed runways, simulating this, right?
Yep.
The fat tires have given way to stronger braking from things like golf cart tires. Here's Russ Keith. Ooh. That was accurate, Russ.
Oh, my goodness. That was very smooth.
Wow. So he was in the rookie class last season.
Yeah.
And he handily beat everyone else in the rookie class. And now he's back. He's back in action. Watch this replay.
Yeah.
Good over the line. No problem.
Just see a shadow.
Keith.
Race control telling us that they thought they missed it. They had to rewatch it again themselves.
So what a cool lineup of airplanes. And here's the other thing. It's like, look at Russ Keith, right? He's taxiing past you now in the crowd here in Jennings. That airplane, so cool, right? It is different, though. For him and Dan Reynolds, it's a different flying experience. One, the visibility is insane.
Yes.
Right? It's like helicopter-esque visibility. But two, when you have a pusher prop, it's going to push the plane. It actually pushes the nose down when you apply throttle. So you're instead of in our airplanes, my 172 and your Champ, you push the throttle forward, the nose comes up.
Right.
It's the opposite. So all these little things come together, but you don't have a prop up front that you have to worry about hitting. Now, in National STOL rules, if you just lawn dart it in and like land on the nose, you're going to get DQ'd either way.
Yeah.
But from a safety perspective for them, they've got a different amount of risk. Okay, Matt Dorson now just apexing it off the ground.
Yeah. The apex predator.
In thrust we trust.
Yes.
And race control kind of popping in our ears just then saying, hey, the wind's like basically calm.
Yeah.
Which is a bummer for Russ in particular because that plane is so light. And the wing is so thick. Speaking of thick wings, Sheldon Hetherington dragging that tail. Woohoo! There we go. Sub 125.
I mean, that airplane is special because of the shape of the fuselage, right? We've got extreme angles that meet into the tail, at least from compared to the ground. So even though it's not a tail dragger, he's able to get some amazing alpha, some high, some critical angle of attack, if you will, to getting off the ground, and then he's ready to go.
Russ Keith doing good work too there. Looks like, I'm going to guess, somewhere between 150 and 125, maybe 175. It's hard, but it's like at just the wrong angle from the booth to see exactly where it went. Let's get the number for you. 157 for Russ Keith on that takeoff. Matt Dorson based a final.
Which he looks like he had a lot of energy coming base final in that turn, but now
diving. He's just diving down.
But he's going to slow it down. I mean, that's the wonders of aerodynamics, but also just a testament of how the Kit Fox is speeding up and slowing down. The
Yeah,
energy
so now
management.
it's what Cam was talking about. Look, he's getting that tail low, getting into a more high drag configuration. He's going to use the throttle to hold the airplane off the ground against all that drag. Just thrusting. Oh, not enough. That's exactly what practice is for, though, right?
Yep.
To see where the limit is on that. And you'll see that approach, Cam, we talk about it kind of every competition. Some folks are coming in more stable, high, classic approach.
Yep.
Other folks, especially the people with power, more horsepower, will come in low, kind of tickle the tulips, tickle the grass, and use that high angle of attack and that thrust to hold the airplane off, and then they can just chop the power end of the line. If you have wind that drops out, though, you're scratching.
Yeah.
You lose your lift. Here's Sheldon now on final approach. Just hovering that thing in. That airplane, so much lift.
Yeah.
Slats doing so much work. The slats are that control surface on the front of the wings. It's not a control surface, but it's a device. It's a lift device. And it's helping the wind, the apparent wind, stay attached to the wing.
Man. He just floats it in.
And then we talked a little bit about this before, but he's got that rudder. It's silver. It's not painted. That was that change we were talking about with, he needed a bigger rudder.
Yeah.
So he went to Zenith. He said, hey, can you give me the next aircraft, the Zenith line, the STOL line? It's basically like just bigger and bigger versions of itself. And he said, give me the next biggest rudder and tail surface. I want more rudder authority. Russ Keith.
A little burst of power. Going to take it over the line.
They were wrenching on that airplane
yesterday.
Last night.
Yeah. On the way to or at our dinner for last night, our Steakums dinner provided by Adam Gordon and his family. Broke his tail wheel.
Broke the tail wheel. Need to get that. I heard they were doing some welding on it.
Yeah.
To get it all fixed up for practice today, so that's super cool.
I think he had some help from Josh Richling, which Josh has been doing a lot of helping with tail wheels. I think last week he was working on, I believe, the new owner of the Freedom Fox.
Oh yeah, Trent Palmer's old plane, similar thing.
Yep, came in, had some issues with the tail wheel, and Josh was on there.
Walked out with the Tundra.
Yeah. I mean, it's a hard deal when you got good friends in high places, huh?
Matt Dorsum on the line right now. I want to say hi to all of our friends who are watching a simulcast right now on Live Airshow TV.
Ooh.
Woo! Matt Dorsum.
Love me some Live Airshow TV. I've watched many a air show from the comfort of my living room, especially during COVID, due to them. Thanks to
Live
them.
Airshow TV, friends of ours. Had the pleasure of anchoring on the desk for them a couple times in Oceana and Billings, Montana.
Yes.
See if I can work with them as well this year. But thank you so much, Live Airshow TV, for bringing us on for the simulcast. Eventually, actually, it's really exciting. That's going to start getting voiceover and dubbed in other languages worldwide.
Yeah,
Pretty
Portuguese
cool.
and Spanish, I believe is what we were told for the first few.
So that's really rad. So Sheldon Hetherington, by the way, notice how he got off in ground effect, and then the plane started to settle back down, and he pushed that nose down to get some flying speed, and he didn't touch back down. So well piloted by Sheldon there. His best score was his first run with a combined score of 239. That takeoff was 100 feet. Here's Russ Keith now. His best score, 297. Taking off right around the 150 mark. So that may be his shortest takeoff yet of practice for Russ Keith.
He's going to be very happy with those numbers.
A little bit of a slip there from Matt Dorsum coming in. Going to get down, I'm guessing, into that low kind of STOL pocket.
Get into the high alpha, high power regime, keep the nose up. airspeed down, bleeding off a little energy.
Yeah, get up behind the power curve. Let's see how far he can take it. He's working it. Chop the throttle. Looks like Lexi says it's good. It was close.
It's very close, which is great. I mean, that's what you want. You want it as close to the line as possible without touching the line.
Sheldon Hetherington now based a final. While he does that, his airplane is called Red Bird, but we have a sponsor called Red Tag Art. So Red Tag Art's pretty cool. They feature innovative and handcrafted art and home goods from red tagged aircraft parts. So those are aircraft parts that are no longer viable for use. Each new design starts with a red tagged aircraft part and seeing it not for what it is, because it's not that anymore, it's red tag, but for what it could be. So they make everything from bottle openers to those are made out of valve covers to turbine coffee tables, everything in between. You can check out their designs, start a custom project at redtagart.com. They're going to do our trophies for the whole season again this year. And I was actually just scrolling through Facebook. It was they had a polished C-130 prop they were selling. All right, here's Sheldon dropping it in on those golf cart tires. Heavy on the brakes. Makes a strong case for that whole tail dragger, nose dragger.
Yeah, it really does. I mean, he's got tail dragger performance from the Zenith. And all the Zenith guys and gals that fly those aircraft, I mean, like, they love them. And you kind of have to. It's like a face that only a mother could love. Only a builder could love.
Yeah.
But, I mean, the performance is out of this world.
Here comes Russ Keith in the Chinook Plus 2. Working that rudder. Working that rudder. Working that rudder. Man, he's got to work a lot of rudder.
Yeah.
Okay, there he goes. And a little bit of the wing coming up there, but he got it under control. No problems for Russ Keith. That probably did extend a little bit of his landing roll there as he had to,
just a little bit
to fight that, but no big deal. Look at that. Russ Keith now.
He's still going to be able to land in the backyard with those numbers.
Land on a football field, no problem. That was 316. So his combined scores actually got longer, but his takeoffs got shorter and his landings got longer. It's kind of interesting. Now, next up, we've got some new aircraft ready to practice. One of them, this first one here, Dave Curley.
Yeah, these guys in these aircraft, or at least the two that we're looking at right now, these Highlanders.
Yeah, so Dave, sorry to interrupt. Dave Curley's in a 2016, and the one behind it, Tony Sanchez. The Sanchez brothers are both here this weekend. Tony Sanchez's 2014 Just Aircraft Superstar.
Yep. They were just out playing around. We just watched them come back in from some daytime excursions.
That airplane's called Grasshopper. You can see why. It's got a modified Rotax 912 in it, up to 150 plus horsepower. It's got a supercharger as well as Edge Performance fuel injection. So it's souped up.
Man,
the Rotax 912 souped up a little bit. 746-pound empty weight. Here's Tony Sanchez now from Montgomery, Texas. 40-year, can't even say it in time, 40-year airline pilot. Look at him take it off so short. He's got a 160 horsepower Rotax 912 STI. So taking that Rotax thing and turning up the volume knob a little bit.
Yeah, interesting fact about that aircraft. When he picked it up, because he bought it from another guy, he asked the guy if he meant to paint it in Southwest colors, because there's a couple of highlights on there that are the old Southwest copper colors. And he asked him, and the guy was like, "What are you talking about?" He didn't even realize that.
Didn't realize he did it.
Yeah, which is the perfect airplane for him, being a Southwest captain for, 40 years or near?
Put in work.
Yeah. Also says, "God bless John Wayne" on the side of the aircraft.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Dave Curley's takeoff sub 100 feet with 92 feet there. He's coming down into that low approach. Gonna work that high horsepower engine. Working it. Whoa, nose real high. Down on the line. It is a scratch, though.
Man, that was exciting.
That was exciting. Tony Sanchez now higher in the sky. He had an 84-foot takeoff.
And there's just small differences. I mean, like, he's going to have a different approach because he has leading edge slats in the Just Super STOL, the Just Aircraft Super STOL. So it's a Super STOL. It is a Highlander, but it's heavily modified. Thanks to our friends at Stole It Aircraft, Chris and Debbie. It is doing its thing.
Okay,
Man,
there we go.
That's what we paid money for.
That was pretty incredible, not gonna lie. Sub 100-foot landing there for Tony Sanchez. Scratch for David Curley, otherwise that would have been a 55-foot landing. Tony Sanchez, 181 feet combined. He's gonna put him in third place for practice.
We are getting a little message that the Alaskan Airmen's raffle tickets are still on sale. So if you want to pick up that beautiful, I mean, that aircraft.
That aircraft's so pretty, I'd be afraid to fly it.
Honestly, yeah. It would be like a hangar baby for sure. I would just bring people to come see it.
Yeah, look at this beautiful thing I have. We're talking about a MOAC.
Yes.
Built for the Alaskan Airmen's raffle, and she is a beaut, Clark.
I mean, blue with the mountains on the side. Blue and gray.
Blue and gray.
With some white accents. I mean, it is. If you were at Oshkosh last year, it was there, and it was large and in charge. But you can get a chance to own that aircraft through the raffle.
Curly. Look at how high the tail was. He is off right around 100 feet. Tony Sanchez on the line. Race number 75. So Curly's not on the board yet for practice with a scratch that first time. And by the way, I'm looking out in the distance here. There's a
802 back there, looks like.
Yeah, doing some spray operations.
Yeah.
Really working it.
I think they came in yesterday while we were setting up. Beautiful yellow and red 802. Landed on the stall strip.
A little bit of a wing drop for Tony Sanchez, but he's got it under control. That airplane just clawed its way into the air. Curley's on downwind now. While they do that, let's talk about. So Dave Curley's got the Behringer stuff on his plane, and they are one of our new sponsors. They're a Behringer Aero, technically is the name of the company, but when you see an aircraft with like the anodized red wheels,
yes,
that's a pretty big telltale sign. Really high quality brake and wheel products. It's kind of a badge of honor for home builders if they upgrade to the Behringer stuff.
It really is. It's very, very nice. I became aware of them at Stole Drag with some of their sponsored flyers. I think Big Tuna had some Behringer brakes or some wheels on his aircraft, and
yeah, John Hakala.
Yeah.
Ooh, working the power for him. Tail nice and low.
Yeah.
Oh, it's close.
Lexi's not making the move.
She said, "I don't know."
Yeah, she's saying, "I don't know." But perfectly legal for the tail wheel to touch before the reference line. What we're looking for are the mains touching the reference line.
Oh. So if you're here in Jennings, you heard Cam and I go, ooh, because I don't know. I don't even know what they're going to say.
I mean,
did it touch or not? I think
we kind of
they called it good. No, they called it good. That's 170 foot combined. Could not have been closer to the line.
That is
for
probably
Dave
the
Curley.
closest, since we've had that rule change with touching the line, not being able to touch the line. That's probably the closest to the line we've had.
That was incredible. Okay. Tony Sanchez, meanwhile, down and stopped. He gave up almost a full plane length.
Yeah.
Past the line. And you can see what a difference that makes. He is stopping shorter than Curley from when the wheels touch.
Yeah.
His rollout distance is less. But he gave up. I mean, how long is a Super STOL? 15, 16 feet, something like that?
It's short. It's
So
definitely.
he gave up that much before he touched down at least. So he's going to be working on this next bit of practice that he does. He's going to be working on tightening up that accuracy.
Yeah, and as we're looking at Tony's aircraft with the Southwest colors, and if you saw just a little bit ago where it said, God bless John Wayne on the cowling.
Gonna hop in the chat real quick to say hi to some folks. Hi, Viktor. I bet my hand Jardetsky has some Polish ancestors. Yeah, probably. Katrina. Hi, Katrina. She's riding
What's
camera.
up?
A great combo. Thank you so much.
Mike Patterson, friend that I made at Sun and Fun last weekend. What's going on, man? Good to see you.
Great to see you, Mike. Joe Diamond had a question before I wanted to answer. Let me find it for you. Here's Dave Curley now. Full throttle, tail nice and high. Mowing the lawn a little bit. He's yanking it off. Sub 100 foot there. I don't remember exactly where it was, but Joe Diamond was wondering about how many competitors we have. We've got 38 so far registered for Swamp STOL. Here's Tony Sanchez on the roll.
Angela Douglas saying, lots of class in that class.
Scott Sweet, one of our competitors, saying, let's go Backcountry Brothers. Wish I was competing there with you fellas.
Ira Walker, buddy I made last year in Pinedale.
Oh, yeah. We hung out with Ira for a little bit in Pinedale, Wyoming. That was rad.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, and he said that he's coming to St. Joe, so he'll get to see my champ.
Oh, rock on. Just scrolling through. Lots of people to say hi. So I'm just going to say hi to everyone. Angela Douglas, Ira Walker, Nancy Adams. Don't know how to pronounce it. So great. Fat American Trucker, hello. National E-STOL competitor number 72, Wes Campbell here, wishing I was there. We wish you were here too. Also, hi to Hunter Carrico, Little Black Rain Cloud, Joe Diamond, we already talked about. Lots of great activity in the chat right now.
Special shout out to Kat. Super glad to see her in the chat. She is one of our E-STOL competitors. Very, very competitive. You might find some wet cat food in your shoes if you're competing against Kat.
Dave Curley now again with the power, holding it off. Oh, scratch for Dave Curley.
I guess it's not dark enough for us to see his lights, but he's got some lights on his struts.
That's right.
Yeah. Tony Sanchez on final, short final. Those barn door flaps down. Race control piping in, saying that Dan Reynolds is warming up right now. So we're about to see some cool numbers.
Woo! Okay, short for Tony Sanchez. What was his nickname last year? We called him like Belly Pot or something like that. Belly Scratch. Because he's always high angle of attack. Showing the belly of that airplane.
Yeah.
He really knows what he's doing there. Let's look at the scores now. Tony Sanchez, best score 161. Dave Curley's best was his second one with 170 with 2 DQs for practice there. Hey, while we get ready for the next bit of action here in Jennings, Louisiana, let's talk about Tundra Tailwheel. Dave Curley actually has one on his airplane. You can see it taxiing out right there. We talked about it before. Josh Richling, who is the owner of Tundra Tailwheel, is also crew for the Sanchez brothers this weekend. So you saw Tony flying right now. So let's talk about that tailwheel. So if you're fed up, Cam, with tailwheel shimmy, if you're looking for a sleeker design with added security of a locking tailwheel, you can get a Tundra Tailwheel. They're proudly made in America. They're delivering exactly what you need. You can join the countless ranks of STOL champions who trust Tundra Tailwheels. Products are now compatible with the Leaf Spring, with the T3, Acme Aero, and TK1 suspension. So all of those compatible with the Tundra Tailwheel. You can upgrade your aircraft today at tundratailwheel.com.
Man, yeah. Went to the booth, saw it in action, fell in love. We're going to try and get one on the Champ, try and get another one on a buddy of mine's Taylorcraft, and be some of the first certified aircraft that Josh is going to work with.
So look who just rolled up to the line. So we've got some unlimited class competitors coming to practice. And look at the diversity in aircraft right now. You've got Brian Steck. He's in a 2020 Legend Aircraft MOAC. It might look a little different than what he was in last year. He has a highly customized MOAC called High Strung. That aircraft is awaiting some parts. So he brought, I want to call it his old MOAC. But the 2021 out of the barn from Mineola, Texas to compete in the unlimited class. Behind him is Pat McIntyre.
With, I don't know if you can see in the camera, there's a T6. There was a T6 taxiing back there.
Oh, yeah, there it is. Just T6 doing some warbird things.
Yeah, I think we have some rides this weekend.
Oh.
Yeah, doing some T6 rides.
I've never been in a T6.
You need to. It's a very awesome experience.
Sounds cool. So Pat McIntyre in the 2006 Rans S7, race number 40 from Lincoln, Nebraska. Part-time veterinarian, part-time professional pilot. Looks like we got a Cub type coming in right behind him.
Rick Boardman, I think. Ryan Steck on the go, tail up. Woo! Why? I mean, why at this point? Like, that aircraft performed so well. Why do you need another one?
Yeah, why do you need high strung if you can do that in your normal MOAC? I don't know if you can really call a MOAC normal. MOAC, by the way, stands for the mother of all Cubs. Pat McIntyre spooling up that Rotax. And look at that. That's why he's an unlimited sub 75 foot right out the gate. He's working on a new plane too.
He is. You know, really nice new plane. That's not bacon, lettuce, and tomato.
Wow, that's some inside jokes for the viewers at home. Rick Boardman on the line now at 2015 Cub Crackers Carbon Cub SS. Oh, look at what he did in that plane. He's sub 75, almost right around the 60-foot mark.
Let's go, Rick.
Now the other Chinook, Dan Reynolds. This one's got some more stuff hanging off of it.
Just a little bit.
Got some nitrous. Look at the flaps coming down.
Without delay, Dan Reynolds.
Okay, right around 50 feet for Dan Reynolds on that takeoff.
Just a couple of revolutions of the tape on his wheels.
He is hunting for a world record. Every time you talk to Dan Reynolds, he's like, I need the world record. I want to get it from Frank Knapp. And he's just on the circuit looking for the right wind.
Yeah.
He is so close. Swamp STOL last year, Dan Reynolds had a 10-foot landing. The airplane landed shorter than it is long. He is on the prowl for that record. Okay. Brian Steck now in the Legend Aircraft MOAC. Pat McIntyre stacked up behind him. And look at Brian Steck's approach here. Textbook. Losing a little bit of lift, a little bit of throttle to help him. Going to descend down.
Ooh!
Plopping it in. And
wow.
He master controlled it to keep that nose from digging in. But whoa, he worked it. Let's look at that replay. You can see the lift drop out right there. We're just dropping out of the sky.
I mean, he had that angle of attack, that downward nose.
That one's going to be on TikTok. Here's Pat McIntyre dropping it in as well.
I'm like now able to breathe.
Yeah, it's like that was, you could hear it. You could hear it work as he dropped that thing in. Here's Pat McIntyre's landing again because as we get caught up. Good over the line, gave up about a plane length. Yeah, my heart's beating.
I know.
Brian got my heart beat.
What,
I'm the one who's high strung.
Yeah. What?
Holy moly.
Do we know if that was good? If it was bad?
Oh, let's look at the score here.
I think he's all the way down at the bottom.
Rick Boardman. There he is, Brian Steck. Calling it good. Look at Rick Boardman hanging it out.
Man. Just hanging it, hanging on the prop. No big deal.
Rick Boardman's done 1 million hours of flying, so he's got no issue putting it up in that configuration. And then while we catch our breath here, Brian Steck's landing. Look at the helicopter that showed up.
Oh, yeah. The Canadian helicopter?
The Chinook. Dan Reynolds hovering it in that wind. Again, looking for glory here. He just needs a lot of wind over that nose.
Which this is his iteration of the Chinook, right? Like this is the DR.
The DR Chinook, yep. Here he comes in, flying it all by feel. Look at him nose it in.
Wow.
Heavy on the brakes, standing up like that. Holy cow. We've got some exciting things coming for you tomorrow based on this today in practice. Look at him drop it in.
We had a little bit of everything in that. We had a little bit of lawn darting, a little bit of good braking. I mean, some just mix of everything.
Oh, man. So we're getting ready for another round of practice. But check it out. We got Russ Keith in the pits with Matt Peterson.
We're ready. I should. They'll segue to us eventually. Oh, we're live. All right. Hi, everybody. I'm here in the pits with Mr. Russ Keith of Airplanes and Coffee. And with Operation Airdrop also. That's right. And he just got finished flying his Chinook. We've got some challenging windy conditions out here. But we're also watching Dan Reynolds fly. What did you think about his landing?
Dan did a good job. It's really challenging wind out there for these little airplanes that don't weigh anything.
Yeah. So about how much does your Chinook weigh?
Mine's 611. His is under 600.
Under 600 pounds. So you catch a crosswind like that, it can get kind of challenging pretty quick.
It can and did. It kind of picked up that left wing on me when I landed on that last one. I had to get off the brakes and kind of maintain control. And it rolled another, 75 feet probably. But it all worked out. It was good.
So you think you're going to give Dan a run for his money today? Or tomorrow?
Luckily, we're in different classes. I'll be in the sports class and he's in the unlimited. No, his airplane is far superior to mine.
Okay.
Not to mention his pilot skills are just incredible.
Dan's a good stick. Back to you, Ryan.
Thanks so much, Matt and Russ, for hopping on. We've got some landing traffic keeping practice just on hold slightly here. Want to go back through some of the scores that we saw there. So let me find them here. Brian Steck's exciting landing, 211 feet combined. Dan Reynolds, a 52-foot takeoff and a 60-foot landing with a combined score of 112. And look who it is, Jeff Daly, another unlimited competitor, plopping it in real short. Look at that wind. They're finally getting some wind on the nose. He's just saying hi. That's a Badlands Traveler. Looks like he took someone for a ride. Brian Steck coming up to the line again. Let's find out where Pat McIntyre, there he is, 61-foot takeoff, 144-foot landing for a combined score of 205. Rick Boardman at 63 feet, for a takeoff and 120-foot landing, 183 combined. Brian Steck getting that tail super high, pulling a little early. He's got it off though. And I want to be clear, when we're talking about these unlimited competitors, Cam, a little early. I don't even feel right saying it. I mean, they're doing crazy things. This is the run what you brung. You know, all bets are off.
Yeah. Anything and everything.
However you can.
Flux capacitors, high lift devices.
Woo! That's a high lift device right there.
Yeah.
So Pat McIntyre putting in near Dan Reynolds' takeoff numbers here. Same with Brian Steck. You know, Dan Reynolds had 52 feet. Pat McIntyre's last takeoff was 60 feet. Brian Steck's last takeoff that we just saw, 59 feet. Here's Rick Boardman. Previous takeoff, 63 feet. Getting that tail super high. Whoa! Okay. Almost 50-foot takeoff for Rick Boardman.
That tail wheel was doing some work. I saw those springs compress and launch them in the ground. I mean, launch them in the air.
Explosion of dust.
Yes.
So Rick Boardman just put down a 59-foot takeoff as well. Let's see what Dan Reynolds can do. Okay, they're going to run backwards. They got to run backwards to see where it was. It was sub 50 feet.
I mean, it didn't really even look like it was the length of his aircraft.
39-foot takeoff for Dan Reynolds. Remember, last year he put in a 10-foot landing.
Yes.
Got a cool squadron view here now. Brian Steck's floating it in on that wind. We must be getting higher winds aloft.
Yeah, let's check out the winds if we can. We are at, I think this is a line, but it's saying 320 at 7 knots.
And no fear from Brian Steck. Wait a minute!
What?
Did we know that airplane could do that? Go around for Pat McIntyre because he was kind of getting a little too tight for separation, so he's going to go around the pattern again. No big deal. Air boss is calling that for safety. I guess I didn't remember or don't. Reverse
I'm
pitch.
blanking. I don't. Maybe he did put it on. I want to say before Lone Star 2 years ago.
It's been so long. I just forgot that he had that, but that was a fun surprise.
The wheel landing with the reverse pitch.
Yeah.
Or reverse prop. That was amazing. That's awesome. That's awesome working of all your surfaces, everything happening all at once. Like I wouldn't feel safe doing that. Like I know that comes with practice, but wow.
Rick Boardman putting on a clinic here. Incredible angle of attack on his final approach there. Now we've got Dan Reynolds, who's going to be flying really slow, and Pat McIntyre is already turning base to final in a slow airplane, but it's fast compared to Dan Reynolds. I wonder if we're going to see another go-around for Pat McIntyre.
You might need to do a 360.
You could do a 360 out there. We'll see what the air bosses tell him to do. He's turned final as well. Okay, so things are getting... It's just practice, unlimited practice, and I'm already getting short of breath.
I mean, I'm excited.
Rick Boardman down to 136 combined. Brian Steck also at 136 combined. Exactly head-to-head. Dan Reynolds hovering it in. Oh, good at stop. Get it stopped, Dan Reynolds. Oh, man. That is so cool.
That nose was dancing.
Look at him. He's nodding. See, Dan is having a great time in the cockpit right now. He's like, that's right. I got it.
Fun.
Pat McIntyre now out of sequence, but coming in low into the pocket, into ground effect there. Getting that nose up, leading off some speed, flopping in, heavy on the brakes. Sub 100 feet. Pat's going to kind of zip up ahead of Dan here to get back into their heat order, maybe? Maybe not. It's practice. Normally they would trade spaces.
Got
Brian Steck on the line now.
Yeah.
Oh, there we go. Yeah. Pat kind of cutting up in front. That was so, this practice heat is intense. And it's just practice. But we got good wind. We're starting to get better wind. I don't know if they would call it good wind, but we're getting better wind.
Yeah. Hadn't gone over 10 knots is what the 04 flight's saying, but I'm feeling we could use that.
Feather flag starting to feather.
Now, on social media, people will look at the flags and think that the winds are way high, and then they'll start talking about they're getting a lot of wind on the nose, and that's why these takeoffs are so short. But I mean, these feathered flags are pretty sensitive to the wind. I mean, they're advertising flags, and they're meant to dance like that. And
Yeah,
look,
very thin fabric.
oh yeah,
But also, who cares if they're getting a lot of wind?
yeah, that's what we want.
Whoa, Brian Steck off huge vertical. I mean, I don't want to sound like crabby about it, but like if you're landing in the backcountry and you have a lot of wind, is it like not fair?
Yeah,
You run with what you get.
Absolutely.
What the universe gives you.
I
You
think-
got wind on the nose, you got wind on the nose. You don't got wind on the nose, make it work. It's just what it is. We can't
Oh, yeah.
control the wind.
Can't.
We don't have a wind
can-
generator machine.
We can ask.
A
But
wind deleter machine.
we have harp.
Rick Portman. Another incredible takeoff. Pat McIntyre's back in line. He was flying in the Sun and Fun STOL demo, though he had his cargo pods on the
Yeah.
wings. Took them off because this means business now. Now that it's for something besides bragging rights. Huge tail high. Oh, Pat.
Man, I mean, short field takeoff, excellent.
Making a strong case for home-built Cub-type aircraft. Okay, here's Dan Reynolds in the Chinook. Brian Steck in the Legend Moac turning base to final behind him.
Bringing in the power.
Okay. So, Dan Reynolds' best takeoff was 39 feet. Did we get sub 39 just then?
Let's see.
Another 39-foot takeoff for Dan Reynolds. Here comes Brian Steck in the Legend Aircraft Moac. Legend Aircraft is not your grandfather's Cub. They're putting in work here right now with those slats.
A little rudder dancing.
Ooh, hanging it out again. But he's smoothing it out. He's using
Yeah.
that burst of throttle. And to get a little braking action there. A little extra. A little
Yeah.
extra there for you. Okay, so let's talk about Legend Cub. We just saw one, the Moac. It's the most coveted American manufactured sport aircraft. It is a modern legend, and those who have flown one consider the Legend Cub to be one of the most gratifying recreational aircraft in the skies today. All new factory-built aircraft designed in the spirit of those old Cubs. American Legend Aircraft Company is engineered in all of the modern safety. Rick Boardman with a scratch. You can learn more about Legend Aircraft at legend.aero. Trent Palmer, the famous YouTuber, just finished his Legend Moac.
Beautiful red, white, and black aircraft.
Yeah. Keeping that Freedom Fox, but now it's the Freedom Cub, I guess. Did he name it?
I don't know if he's named it
Probably
yet.
a name. Someone in social will let us know. Here's Pat McIntyre on short final. Dropping it in right on the line. Good over the line. We've got Russ here. Are we going to go further after this unlimited heat?
Will there be? Okay.
Here comes Dan Reynolds. Listen to him work the throttle. That little Rotex, which I say little, it's like a Rotex with nitrous and all these other things attached to it.
Probably bored out and everything, port and polish.
So responsive though. Watch it now. Hovering in.
Ooh.
Good over the line and stopped. That may be the shortest of the day.
We got 39 feet on his takeoff. I'm gonna get
32-foot landing for 71 feet combined for Dan Reynolds. That is why it's the unlimited class. Oh man, this has been super intense here as they all run out to practice. As they go back to the barn, I think they're all done with their 3. We are going to also talk about our friends iFly EFB, who have been providing prize packs for all the classes last year and this year. iFly EFB is the complete EFB app for Android, iOS, and Windows that has all the advanced features pilots want in the most intuitive flight planning and navigation solution on the market. The iFly EFB team brings together the perfect balance of technology and real-world flight experience. You should fly your freedom. It's different up here. iFly EFB. Well, we're going to take a short break, but before we do, don't forget to pick up your raffle tickets for the Alaska Airman airplane. Look at that MOAC with that paint job that Cam and I were that we were gushing
It's
all
so
over.
good.
So go get your raffle tickets for that. We're going to take a break. Be back with more Swamp STOL 2025 practice after this.
Hello, I'm Brandon Korn out here at Pinedale, Wyoming. Here's a quick look at what we do at the shop. Our family business. We're an automotive and bus and fleet repair shop, and we've been here since 1948 here in Hearne, Texas. My grandpa built this shop originally in 1948, and this building here that we're in today was a meat locker plant, and we were right next door. And then we gradually purchased this building and moved over here. And so my grandpa, Wilson Korn, originally founded the shop, and then my dad, Larry Korn, and then myself, Brandon Korn, and now my son is in charge of operations here. He's Chevy Korn.
He's out there living the good life, flying around. Left all of us here to take on the legacy. I'm pretty much operation manager. I run day to day. I handle all the estimates, ordering all the parts, customer service, scheduling. Pretty much I wear a lot of different hats for this company.
Yeah, we do a lot of painting. We paint an airplane or two every year, and we painted mine here. Completely disassembled it and used everyone in the shop worked on it.
Yes, sir.
What's going on, buddy?
Good.
What's
How
your
are
name?
you?
Where
I'm
you
Chris. I'm from College Station, Texas.
All right.
We did some rivets and stuff like that, and I helped put in the seats, the floor. I did some wiring on it, stuff like that. Little stuff. Brandon did most of it though, but
it took a lot of help from everyone to complete that project. It was a big project.
Right. My name is Samuel, and I have Brandon to assemble the airplane.
This is our paint shop. We mix all the colors here in-house, and we can match them. We have a digital camera to scan the colors, dial in the color matches, and we use all the top-of-the-line products. There's no shortcuts on paint. There's no such thing as cheap paint. This is my home airport, Hearne, Texas.
Well, a friend of mine, actually it was Corey Robin, told me about these flying eyes glasses while we were at Oshkosh. We went and checked them out, and they're awesome. But what I really like is the glasses themselves. They're very light. The earpieces are real thin and flexible, so you don't even know you have them on under a headset. If I put my headset on, I mean, they're just as comfortable as could be, and they're so thin, I can actually take them on and off without removing my headset. I couldn't do that with my other glasses. Then the other really cool thing about these, they make some awesome sunglasses, but they have these cool sunglass lenses that just snap on. So now instead of having to carry a big extra glass case in my pocket, that's all I got to carry to take my sunglasses with me. So there's several things about them that I'm really, really liking. Flying eyes, awesome glasses.
Sarasota was created actually back in the 70s, but we and Bert and Vince, my two partners, they've sold their business to Ryan and Sean, which is my two other partners now. We started around in 1999, 2000, just had one little spot in this hangar, and we've built it up from there. So we've been here for 23 years now. And then we have 5 facilities now here in the state of Florida. First starts in Tampa, Sarasota. Venice here is our main headquarters, and we have Punta Gorda and then Fort Lauderdale, Lantana. Then we have partners in Brazil, South Africa, Greece, Tullahoma, Tennessee, all over the world. We're the largest Garmin dealer in the world. So that's probably what we've been known for. So we do more installs on aircraft, general aviation, anything really under 10,000 pounds than anybody else in the world. So, and we've been that for quite a few years now.
You said that the most common position for the CEO Guardian's over there on the right side?
Yeah, it would be generally somewhere in this area. And, you know, if you went into the panel, and obviously you can't go into the panel, and with this particular one I showed you the panel, he's basically got a 275, his ELT is going to be here. You've got USB charging port and programming port, which will be tied into these, is going to be here. Then you've got Bose, your 2 audio jacks here.
Okay, lean into that mic because I can hard to hear you over the program. You said Brian Steck?
You can build something off of this flange, which you could put the CEO Guardian here. You could mount it to the top or the bottom of the glove box. Or if you're going to do a panel mount, you've got the mount holes, and I think there's 7, 9 holes that actually go through the panel, and basically I would cut those.
And welcome back to Jennings, Louisiana, where we are in the middle of practice for Swamp STOL 2025, the 5th year we've been at this event, and we're really excited to be bringing it to you here as part of the National STOL team. I want to go out to the crowd right now. We've got Matt Peterson with Brian Steck in front of a MOAC.
Thanks, Ryan. I'm here with Brian Steck of Mineola, Texas. He just got finished with his practice run. Now, Brian, you had a pretty solid landing there today at practice, didn't you?
Yeah, that first one was a little hard, but you got to test your equipment from time to time, make sure it's going to hold up for you for the rest of the run. So yeah, it's going to do all right.
But everything's fine now, isn't it?
Oh, it's all great. Yeah, everything's good. Now, of course, I'm going to run the unlimited class this year. That was my intention from last year coming in this year. I didn't get my other plane high strung. I didn't get it quite finished in time to make the Swamp STOL. Wish I could have, but I didn't. So I'm going to fly, old scooter. Trusty old scooter, fly scooter in unlimited class, just so make sure I get a few points. There's 4 of us. 4th place would get me a few points.
So you're hunting points tomorrow.
Yeah. You don't want to just I could go to the adventure class and probably do pretty decently in the adventure class, but really if I'm gonna do well in points in the unlimited class, I'm gonna need to go ahead and pull as many points.
Or you could just make more events.
Well, I made quite a few events last year.
There you go.
I think I made 8 or 9 events last year. So
there you go.
I think it was 8. So.
All right.
Well, I hope to be able to make that many this year as well. So.
We look to seeing you out there on the tour.
Well, thank you very much.
All right, Ryan, back to you.
Thanks so much. Thanks for I like that Brian was talking about how that was he's just testing the equipment out, just to see how it's all going. Hey, Cam, we've got a special guest with us in the booth here. We got Russ Keith from Airplanes and Coffee fame.
Yep.
Also from Operation Airdrop. How you doing today, sir?
I'm doing good. Doing really good.
So you were out there in the Chinook. What was it? What was it like up in the sky today?
It was a little challenging. The airplane weighs 611 pounds, and so when you get up in these winds that are a little gusty, it moves it around quite a bit.
Talk to me about the decision to start competing in the Chinook, because it's a very unique aircraft. Was that something you saw on the circuit and said you saw Dan doing? You're like, that feels right for my type of flying. The way
Pretty
I like
much.
To fly?
I looked a lot at his. I saw him fly it several times, and so I started looking for one. I looked for almost a year and a half before I found this one, and then I tried to buy this one, and then the seller decided not to sell it. And then he, about 6 months later, he called me back and says, "Hey, Russ, I'm ready to sell this airplane." I said, "Well, then I'll take it."
I love it. I got to ask you about the visibility. Like, is it as cool as it looks?
It's absolutely incredible visibility. I mean, it's more like flying a helicopter, honestly. I mean, you can see everywhere, no problem. It's, for a tailwheel aircraft that you're usually looking around the nose. That's not the case with this one at all. There's just nothing in the way.
You were mentioned when we were hanging out at Sun and Fun last week that maybe the only downside is its cruise speed. Coming to this event, you're like, man, it's gonna be a long trip.
It was 5.5 hours. Probably could have done it in my Cessna in about half that time, my 172, if that puts it in perspective for you.
Sure.
But maybe not half the time, but quite a bit faster. We got up. I came down with Scott Tree and his Kit Fox, and so we came down together, and we got up 7,500, picked up a nice tailwind, so we had a nice flight down. It was fun.
And 7,500 feet in the Chinook would be pretty dope.
That would be pretty dope.
So Russ, as we hang out for a little bit here, we've got some new folks coming out to practice right now. I see Jeff Daly and his Badlands Traveler at the front of the line. That thing's called Warhorse. It straight up shook everybody last year at Moses Lake, and since then we got Joel Dobson behind him in his modified, tail dragger version of a 172, and then Eddie Sanchez, the other Sanchez brother, hanging out at the back of the line. So we got two really mean-looking black airplanes sandwiching one of the prettiest 172s you'll ever see. Jeff Daly, and that's why it shook it up.
That's the reason right there. That was a heck of a show right there. This is very pretty. This 172 is converted to a tailwheel, and the paint's just phenomenal.
So that takeoff for Jeff Daly, by the way, 48 feet.
Oh my goodness.
And it just beast of an airplane, right? Like that was something. Joel Dobson now on the line. Eddie Sanchez doing a little run up behind him.
Winds look good. He's giving it, means tail's coming up. And Moxie's off the ground.
Pulling those flaps. Actually, this is a question that you guys might know. Does he have manual flaps in Moxie, or does it have the electric
that's straight
flaps?
tail. It's going to be the...
he still has manual.
Yeah, it's going to be manual. Right there in the middle. Unless he's changed it, which I doubt.
Devil Girl 2 on the go.
Eddie getting it done.
Yeah, so that's a Yamaha 998 Sidewinder Turbo making 270 horsepower. It's got gusto.
It's got gusto.
Looks like a Super Cub.
Very nice, traditional Super Cub.
It is,
things.
and did a good job with that one. He's right around at 160, 162, somewhere right in that area.
If that was 910 Papa, that was Brooks Strength.
Yes, Brooks Strong. Brooks Strength, but we're all Brooks Strong.
We're all Brooks Strong for him. Yeah, so I mean, kind of interesting thing too for a rookie to come out and be like, oh, like these like super aggressive unlimited pilots.
Yeah.
Or, oh, I'm gonna go show them what I can do. Speaking of look what I can do. Jeff Daly working it. Listen to that.
He's
throttle.
floating in like Dan.
Oh, man.
Just a little short.
He was working the throttle on that. I walked up to Jeff Daly after he landed yesterday, and he said, if you could do me a favor, Ryan, and I can't believe it. He must be building another one. That aircraft is for sale. You want to own a piece of National STOL history from the 2024 season, go put an offer in on Warhorse. I can't believe it.
I want it. I definitely want it.
Yeah, should we go halvesies?
We should, just as long as the price is free $99.
Y'all go ahead and buy it. I'll be happy to fly it for you.
Here's Diesel Dobson. Tail coming up a little bit at the end there, but he's got it under control. I want to see what that landing was for Jeff Daly. It was a 74-foot landing if he hadn't scratched. It was pretty close. I think we can call that pretty accurate. That is like down in the unlimited numbers, right?
Yeah, it really
That's
is.
down where Brian Steck is. It's not quite Dan Reynolds territory.
I'm just glad that he stopped, because usually the case is if you scratch, to just plow through it. Yeah. Well, we need those numbers. You need those numbers.
Look at
Eddie
this.
dragging it in. Oh, his tail would hit the ground when he did that. It just forced the mains down. He didn't really have a shot at that one.
Now, we have seen, though, Eddie Sanchez drop that tail down, and I'm not kidding. I think it was like 70 feet that he drug the tail. Like, the winds were right, the throttle was right, everything was right. He just, like, drug that tail all the way to the line.
Yeah, that all depends on how hard that tail hits. If that held, like that one was a pretty good shot, so it's coming down. But
Physics. You can't avoid the physics.
You can't afford to. Yeah, the physics are physics.
And Brooks just pushing through it, not stopping. He wants those numbers. You do want to stop, even if you do scratch.
Yeah, a little more wind, I think, now than when Brooks was out last. So he's got 156 now on that takeoff, but a scratch. That's okay, right? That's what practice is for.
Yep. You got to get it out today, so we're ready to go tomorrow.
Now, I haven't looked at the weather for tomorrow. Oh, I just noted the doors off.
Oh, yeah. Just noticed that on Joel's aircraft.
Running doorless.
Saving a little weight.
And I got to give, this is, like we said, this is the first season for the flight suit requirement, another increase in safety for National STOL.
Yeah, Russ has got his on right now.
Yeah, Russ has got his on right now. But did you notice that Eddie's had matching red pinstriping along the sleeves to match his aircraft? Well played, sir.
Yes,
I did
sir.
notice that.
Oh, man. That's
You're going to have to
awesome.
get some yellow ones.
Well, I'm going to get the slow-mo STOL logo embroidered on the back. And it'll be in yellow.
Incredible takeoff again by Jeff Daly and Warhorse. He's got to get one on the board in practice. He's incredibly competitive.
Yeah.
The number of the airplane, just so people know, it's number 2, race 247, because it's winning 24/7. Joel Dobson now on the roll, getting that tail up in the 172. Yeah, he's off.
Yeah, he pulled a little early, and when you do that, you just kind of lose momentum. It just forces you down the runway a little bit further. That is a good-looking airplane.
Eddie Sanchez in race 48.
Jeez. I mean,
a lot of anger on that one.
Yeah.
58-foot takeoff for Eddie Sanchez in practice here. Brooks' strength.
With the tail up.
He's putting in work for a rookie, man. He
Yeah.
knows what he's doing with that plane for sure.
Yeah, he's flown that before.
Now we're starting to get winds aloft enough that we're seeing crab angles on final. Look at the way Jeff Daly's crabbed into the wind right now. Crosswind from the left. Adding some throttle. Adding some power. Holding it off. A little more power. Burst of power. Cushioning it.
Oh, he did it good.
Oh, yeah.
Nice job.
Gosh. Plane is so cool.
I'm excited to see what happens in 2025, right? In 2024, the story we kept coming back to was all the innovation that National stole. I think it's fair to say this. By virtue of competition,
yes,
we started seeing we have this platform for competition now. National stole is not going anywhere. 5th season now. 2024 was all about new Badlands Traveler, new other aircraft getting built. Here's the 172 coming in. Joel Dobson getting it stopped, keeping that yoke all the way back. So, like, we provided this platform for people to innovate. So, BLT comes out. Brian Steck says, wait, I've been working on this crazy thing, high strung.
Yep.
Watch what I can do. Now they're fighting all season back and forth, and Brian Steck and the team at Legend Aircraft are having to modify and innovate mid-season to compete. This is incredible. I don't know. It's exciting, right? Like, you got Eddie Sanchez, like, bolting the fire-breathing engine on the front of that thing. Look, there
you go. Yep.
That's like the signature Eddie Sanchez move.
Dragging it on the tail dragger.
Anyway, I'm just excited to see, like, if that's what happened in 2024. We know a bunch of people are building airplanes now at the top of the season. Like, what's going to happen mid-season when all these aircraft flip?
Start coming out, yeah. It's going to be fun to watch. There's no doubt about that.
I think that was a scratch. Yep.
Scratch for Brooks Strength. It's getting it dialed in, though.
While we reset for their next run, I want to talk, guys, as you know, like, building an event like this, Swamp STOL especially, one of the longest running National STOL events. It takes a village to put these on, and, you know, we're practicing today, but a big shout out to all the volunteers that are coming out to help put a show on like this. Also, a big thanks to all of the local sponsors here in Jennings that have worked to make this possible. So we've got Jefferson Davis Parish Tourism Commission, Aeroplex Labs, Commemorative Air Force Gulf Coast Wing, Clements Insurance, Bayou Rum. I mispronounced this last year and I got a lot of trouble. Kysick Coolers.
Yes.
I think I was saying Kissick last year.
Oh.
Kysick Coolers, Ultra Industrial, Clay and Domingue, Jet Boats of Texas, Leo and Sons, Quality Kiln and Dryer, and of course, Freedom Skytruck Rentals. So there you go. Everyone making it. I saw him pull those flaps and the guy can't even talk. Brain no worky anymore. Jeff Daly's fine.
Physics.
What's amazing about that run is he pulled a little early, but he didn't really lose that much momentum, and it just came off the ground anyway.
Joel Dobson. Getting that straight tail up. That was well timed. Eddie Sanchez. With a roar. Just over 50 feet for Eddie Sanchez. Let's look at some of these scores as...
Yeah, he's going to be right around that 53, 54 feet.
Brooks Strength is on the line here. Yeah, let's take a look. 55 feet for Eddie Sanchez.
Very good.
And Jeff Daly coming base to final with a huge slip. Also a little bit of a showman.
Yeah. Have to say that, especially after dinner last night. I had some good flybys, some good takeoffs.
Silence in the booth.
Right.
It is just taking forever for him to get to the line. He's coming so slow. Doing a great job keeping it nice and level, keeping it up, drop it over the line. There it is.
Very smooth as an 802 lands in the background.
What's crazy about an airplane is it's doing that without slats. Like, that's just the wing.
Yeah. It's such an efficient wing.
Now, check it out. Look at Joel Dobson bringing in that more stabilized, normal, in quotations, approach. He's got the flaps all the way down. He does have a fairly high angle of attack, I think, for a Cessna. He's bringing that tail down, a little bit of a power. Yep, there he goes. He's not competing, just so we're clear. Joel tomorrow will not be competing against Jeff Daly or Eddie Sanchez.
He's just getting reps in.
You're putting in reps.
Yeah.
Speaking of putting in reps, Eddie Sanchez, I think he does a fair amount of reps in his time off. He's coming in.
Brother's cut.
Yeah, he's doing okay. Okay. Look at him getting that nose up. Settling into that pocket. Holding the throttle.
Oh, okay.
Good.
All right, Lexi.
We had a 55-foot takeoff.
Yeah.
I think he had a 55-foot landing.
Okay.
On the nose,
That
you're
was
exactly
right
right.
about the same spot.
Yeah, so that'll put him in second overall for practice with 110 feet combined. Jeff Daly third overall.
Brooks.
Scratch for Brooks Strength. Sorry.
Yep. Oh, yeah. You called it.
I can't decide if I want the air horn to be like more like a trombone or if I like the kind of like little boop.
Yeah.
It does feel like it adds a little insult to injury.
Oh, yeah. Being a little wee.
Meep. Meep. Sorry about it. So those scores, I mean, as a competitor yourself, Russ, like what do you draw? I mean, these guys are in a different class than you. Totally different aircraft than you, but like, do you learn anything or take anything away from watching these guys compete in these different aircraft, or is your aircraft so specialized?
My aircraft's so different. The only one I can really take from is Dan, because they fly so much. They're just different. The approach, there's no way I can drag mine in. That approach wouldn't work at all. So we do a bit of a fallen leaf and try to arrive at the line almost at a stall condition, which is true for everybody else. But our approach is going to be a little bit taller. On my second run, I got a little low and had to add quite a bit of power to kind of keep it up. And it just that approach just doesn't work very well in the Chinook. So a little higher, and you can see Dan, he's so good at it. But he'll come across and he'll drop down. And he'll put so much energy into those main gears, which really just absorbs all that energy. And and something in movement has to have energy, right? So if you get the ground to absorb quite a bit of it through your gear, it's just going to slow you down. So that's why he's able to come in, drop it in, and stop in such a short distance. That and the fact that his airplane just doesn't weigh anything.
Talking to Dan at Sun and Fun, one of the things that I guess I should have expected, but he said, once I get to within, I don't know, triple short final or whatever, he didn't call it that, I'm just calling it that. Once he's close, he's not, when I'm coming into my Cessna, right, it's like airspeed, runway, airspeed, runway, airspeed, runway. Like I'm just like checking those two things back and forth. He was talking about just flying completely by feel at that point. Like is that similar experience for you? Like you're just
It is. I will watch my airspeed as he's got that tail up and away he goes.
Not afraid to get that tail up.
This is a beast of an airplane right here. But I will watch my airspeed as I go base to final, but really once I get established on final, I pretty much quit looking at it.
Here comes the Beaver.
It's just so much fun to watch. That giant airplane rolling through here.
Yeah.
And the sound of it, that big radial engine, it was just nothing like it.
Eddie's going for some more practice now. Okay. There was the acceleration off the line was insane.
Yeah.
It was like a race car.
Yeah, he shortened it up a couple of feet on that one.
Now, if I'm not mistaken, so this is Rick Boardman on the line, but if I'm not mistaken, base to final is Andrew Bennett. Flying that green and black Legend Cup. Whoa,
all right. And just for the folks here on site, if you're staying at the Days Inn, please come to the merchandise booth and scan for your prepaid admission and receive your wristband or purchase your admission today. The main entrance over behind the competitor pits will be the only place to purchase tickets. And the entry from the Days Inn gate will be limited to those who have a pilot or volunteer badge. So make sure you go get your admission. And if you're watching today and you're within a few hours drive, come out and hang out with us.
Dropping it in the MOAC.
That's a good example of what. Whoa!
Oh! Well, that looks like
close.
Yeah, that's close.
I feel like I saw a little.
I saw dust. Yeah,
a little mist.
We're gonna have to go back on the replay on that.
I'm not sure it just wasn't wingtip vortices coming off, kicking it up. I don't think it touched.
Yeah.
I mean, it got close enough that it certainly ruffled the dust.
Ruffled my feathers over here. I almost put it on its beak there. Okay, here's the Beaver coming in.
With his shortest stop of today, I'm pretty sure. I feel like I was seeing him a little bit further down the runway stopping. And that's going to be sub 250 feet from the Beaver.
Yeah, down to 230.
I mean, that makes me feel small. I'm thinking 300 feet, 320 something feet in the Champ, and he bested that by 100 almost.
Oh, I'm
Beaver.
not doing anything like that in my Cessna.
Yeah.
It's a way smaller airplane. Here comes Eddie Sanchez. Holding it off with throttle. Holding it off more. Down good.
Yeah.
He's being very consistent. He's right around that 55-foot mark again.
Yep. This mix of aircraft is giving the judges a run for their money, quite literally. They're having to run up and down the line to make sure to get accurate numbers for takeoffs and landings, but there's a dissimilar situation of aircraft here.
Look at Rick Boardman showing the belly off on that airplane.
Yeah.
Looks like that was a scratch, though. And just want to point out, just because we're always talking about safety here at National STOL, Andrew Bennett, who had the near beak issue. Beak issue? What a weird way to say that. The race officials did make him taxi over, power that aircraft off so they could inspect the propeller. And I think your assessment is right. People running their fingers over it, no issues.
Yeah, I really don't think it touched. I think it just got close enough that, man, it's just a spinning wing is what it is. So you're going to have those vortices coming off the end of it. So as that thing gets close to the ground like it did, and it got really close to the ground, it's putting off a lot of air off the end. So it's going to ruffle the dust under the grass well before it touches.
And I want to, while we're waiting for the next round of practice to go, let's go over to Matt Peterson. Look at the prop on that plane behind him with Jeff Daly.
Thanks, Ryan. Thanks, Cam. I'm down here in the pits with Mr. Jeff Daly, who flew this very airplane all the way down from Nebraska. Isn't that right?
Yep, that's right. We came from western Nebraska, then over to Omaha and on down.
So you can land short in this airplane, but you can also travel in it.
Yeah, it was 943 nautical miles, and we did it in about 6 hours and 45 minutes total.
And that beats driving.
Oh, yeah, 140 miles an hour.
And you're scoring pretty good here. 131 total score for your shortest total score on this one. You think you'll be able to improve on that tomorrow?
I sure hope so. That won't beat Dan Reynolds, so we got to do better than that.
Got to bring it in. Now, interesting note, folks, this aircraft is for sale. So if you want a plane that you can travel with, if you want a plane that you can land short and go land on the beach.
Yeah, we had it at the beach this morning. We cross-country at 1,000 miles yesterday, and we're competing in the unlimited class with it today. About 15 minutes to repitch the prop and ready to go.
Ready to go. Who says you can't do it all, folks? You just got to buy the right airplane. Back to you, Ryan.
That was well done in terms of a segue, Matt. That was really well done. We are under heavy practice now as more and more planes come out to try to get in. We've got about an hour and a half of practice remaining. Are you gonna head out there again, Russ?
I'm gonna head out there again. I'm gonna back out of the booth now, and I appreciate you guys having me in. It's fun to always get in here and talk with you guys. But yeah, I think I'm gonna go back down there. I got to put a little fuel in my airplane and go up and see if I can get a few more in.
Rock on. Well, thank you so much for joining us here. Can't wait to watch you fly today and tomorrow. And also, again, make sure you check out Russ's efforts. He's doing a lot of good for the aviation community right now. You go to Airplanes and Coffee on Facebook to learn about that, but there's like a whole nonprofit attached to that. I won't make you wait to tell us all about it, but just Google it, folks. It's really important work. And then Operation Airdrop, helping people in need with airplanes. We thank you for that stuff you're doing too.
Absolutely. Both are a pleasure.
Awesome.
All right, it's good to see you guys.
Yeah,
see you later. Y'all have fun. I'll check back in tomorrow.
Okay, so we've got a bunch of airplanes in the pattern now, Cam.
Yeah.
Tony Sanchez wants to get in on it, and look at that. If I'm not mistaken, Adam Gordon, the host,
getting it in.
He's about ready to go too with the Belly Pod Cub aircraft there.
I'm also seeing a carbon Cub of some type out there on floats that might have just popped in. There's a lot of traffic happening. A lot of cool airplanes on site, including a T6 Texan that you'll be able to get rides in if you show up. So come on. But you do need to go to your website, sign up. I don't think we have the website on us, do we? It's the Commemorative Air Force, the Gulf Wing.
Oh, I don't know. Yeah. It's interesting. We had a kind of a cacophony of noise, and now it's settled down again. Here we come with the Legend Cub.
The Beast. If it's still called the Beast with the new owner now. A little goose of power. Brings him over the line.
He's going to be a little more sensitive with those brakes this time around, I'm guessing.
Yeah, probably.
But that's okay. That's what practice is for.
Glad to see that. There won't be any engine teardowns happening tonight.
Yeah. Sound of round in, short final.
Oh, man.
It's kind of just dumb how big it is.
But then he's going to get it stopped super short.
Look at that.
Look at that. That is insane from a Beaver, from an aircraft that is just huge compared to all the other aircraft out here.
Right around 225 feet for the Beaver.
All right, and we got the Gulf Coast Wing for the Commemorative Air Force. You can get your ride on a T6 today. Not only a T6, though.
Yeah, that other thing.
Yeah,
it's that other thing on there.
It's not a C-45 either because it's the naval version.
GulfCoastWing.org. Yes, go check it out. GulfCoastWing.org. Eddie Sanchez now hanging it all out like he's been doing all day at practice. I think that's going to be, that was a scratch for him again, but he is someone who likes to find the line metaphorically and literally.
Yeah.
He's always a strong competitor. And then what? We got Rick Boardman now, short final?
Short final. Wigwag lights on. It's going to give it a little power, balloon up a little bit, pull back on the stick, give it more power.
What is that? What even was that, Rick Boardman?
That was awesome. Our the GRB Expediter is that other aircraft that you can get a ride with on with the commemorative Air Force. I believe it's the naval version of a Beech 18 for dignitaries.
I like the name Expediter. It's a pretty cool name.
It does, yeah. No.
So I want to go back to it. The Alaskan Airman raffle plane is a MOAC. It's a mother of all cubs. Trent's plane,
beautiful,
which we were talking about. What is it named? It's called the Legend Nomad.
Okay.
So Legend Aircraft innovating heavily with Trent on that. That's a Rotax powered aircraft.
Yes.
Because Trent's kind of a Rotax guy. I think he wanted to stay Rotax. Really great innovation happening there. I mean, it's beautiful. I get to see it at Sun and Fun. The quality, the attention to detail, every stitch, every rivet, every piece of fabric on it,
the paint
alone, just incredible.
I do have to do a shout out to Haley, because Trent always gets all the glory and everything, but Haley, his partner in crime, his right hand, is out there doing some video editing and schmoozing and perusing with all the people, and I had a great time meeting her last year at Lone Star.
Yeah, at Sulphur Springs, we got to hang out with them a couple times.
Yeah.
Around the campfire.
Yeah.
In the hangar. Sheldon Hetherington in the Zenith in Redbird. Ooh, there we go. Ooh. Getting it straight out there, Sheldon. He was riding that thing on the edge of the angle of attack. And you saw, right? You saw that thing you've been talking about all day, Cam, right? When you're up in that regime, ailerons aren't going to help you. You got to go to the rudder. He did that. He stomped on that rudder, got it pointed the right way, and up and airborne.
Dan Reynolds on the go.
Dan Reynolds just floating off, just making it look easy. Sub 50 foot, no sweat. About an hour, 22 minutes left in practice.
As we got Tony Sanchez coming in on final, deploying the flaps, wig-wag lights.
Got a few people. We've got some time before he gets in because he's flying so slow. I want to say hi to some folks in the chat. Victor Hugo Gonzalez, hello from Brazil. Hello back. CM from India saying hello. So glad to have a global audience here.
Yes.
Keith from Ireland, hello to you as well. Here's Tony Sanchez now. Dropping it in. Good over the line. Getting on those brakes. And look at when you get the speeds right. This is back to that story of like energy management, right? Getting the speed slow enough, drops it in, a lot of energy goes down. He's already slow, not a lot of energy pushing forward.
Yeah.
Keith from Ireland, by the way, complimenting the camera crew and the rest of the folks doing an amazing job here. Thank you so much, Keith, for those compliments.
Sloaney Fly talking about our discussion earlier with less blood weight. There's a famous World War II pilot, that British pilot, that double amputee, and he could withstand way more G's than all the rest of the pilots, and he was very famous in his work. I can't remember his name, and Katrina, if you're watching this, and you can throw the name into the chat, but yeah, he was a Spitfire pilot, that phenomenal.
More G tolerance because you got less leg.
Yeah, less leg.
Okay. I didn't know that one. That's a good deep cut. Let's go to Adam Gordon, who was just on the line practice. I want to get his scores for you guys. So we just saw him put down an 80-foot takeoff and a 125-foot landing. Sheldon Hetherington now, short final, working that wind. We're starting to actually feel it in the booth here. It's starting to pick up. I think you'll see more pilots come out and practice in it. Tail real low for Sheldon.
Oh, what's Lexi going to say? She doesn't know.
Not sure. We're going to have to go to the replay to see how it went for Sheldon.
This is going to be a great one for him.
Look at him. Huge angle of attack. Taking a bite.
I can't tell.
I think
it's
it was
a scratch.
By the judges. Okay, Dan Reynolds now. He's got some stiffer wind on his nose. His takeoff was 40 feet. Not quite his shortest, but look at this landing that we're about to see, Cam. It is going to be insane. He's not even moving in the sky, right? He's just floating there.
Don't go backwards.
And letting it drop heavy on the brakes. Oh, so short. Felt like he wasn't totally accurate on the line that time.
Yeah, yeah.
But again, I just keep thinking about a year ago with that airplane. The tail still hanging back over the line.
How about 2 years ago when he was hovering over Steve Henry's camp?
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, he can do some magical things in that airplane. He said he needs about 20 knots.
Okay.
If he can get up to 20 knots down the runway, he's in world record territory. I'm telling you, man, he breathes it, he sleeps it, he dreams it. That, like, the world record is so close for Dan. He just needs the right conditions to make it happen.
We were talking about it in the safety briefing at Sun and Fun. He was like, hey, we might have conditions. I need someone with a tape measure. Is that okay? And their boss was like, you do you.
That's great. Okay, now look, we got Russ Keith, who was just in the booth with us. He's taxied out for some more practice. Here's Tony Sanchez, number 75. Just doing Tony Sanchez things.
Just doing, you know, making things look easy.
Adam Gordon. Race number 88.
Mr. Steak Dinner himself providing us awesome spot, awesome venue, his house, for steak dinner for the pilots last night and some of the volunteers. It was a very good time. Food was delicious. And we thank him for that.
I missed it.
I'm sorry you missed it, man.
I'm sad.
It was a good time. I got photos, though.
Sheldon Hetherington off in Redbird with that bigger tail doing more work for him. You know, I bet when he did that previous takeoff, he was glad he installed that rudder.
Yeah.
That additional rudder authority.
Yeah.
Here's Russ Keith.
I can't tell if I'm looking at wing ribs or if he just has that many VGs on the edge of the wing, but there's a lot of blinging going off the leading edge of his wing.
Dan Reynolds taxiing up. And look at the difference between the two airplanes, right? They're the same airframe, but Dan's is more modified.
For one seat, I believe.
And look at the way the slats are working on Dan's airplane, too.
Yeah.
Tony Sanchez coming in on final approach. Showing that belly. Putting that tail down, working that power. Down and stopped. Oh, short for Tony Sanchez. He's going to be happy with that one.
He's going to be really happy with that one.
He's been putting in consistent 69-footer landings. Best now was 161 in this first practice session, but he's had 164 and 165 respectively.
Oh, yeah.
This time around. Very consistent.
95 foot on takeoff, 96 foot on takeoff. I mean, he's getting very, very consistent. Getting it dialed in.
Dialed.
Yes, sir.
It's like that soap.
Yeah, like a Rolex.
Adam Gordon now coming in low over the grass in the Cub. He's got a belly pod. Biggest tires? Do you have the biggest tires of the competition, it seems?
It seems like it.
Scratch for Adam Gordon. A little bit of brake fade to the left. He's going to give it the beans and get off the
scratch
runway.
horn sounding like a stall horn.
It did sound like a stall horn. Sheldon Hetherington is off over the trees there. I've got a special message for our European audience. We're talking about the global audience that's watching. It's, again, so exciting to have a global audience for National Stol. The first real Stol Fest will be at Brighton Airfield in Yorkshire in the UK. We're inviting all Stol and Bush-type aircraft in the UK and Europe to fly in to Brighton and to enjoy a fun Stol festival. Here's Sheldon plopping it in. Good over the line. Going a little bit further than he wanted to, I'm guessing.
I had the pleasure of interviewing Patrick from the Real Stol Fest, and he was telling us, I think he said, they have 70 airplanes that are scheduled to be there.
And they want some more. So that's the 17th and 18th of May in 2025. That's this year. Honestly, just a couple weeks away.
Yep. Had our friend Ben that was here from over the pond helping out at the Bushwell Base Camp last week. He's going to compete, I believe. I think he's got a Highlander.
Good landing for Russ Keith, by the way. He's getting it dialed in as well. That may be his shortest landing yet. Nope, not quite. His first one of the day actually was better, but in at 159. Dan Reynolds now coming in a little bit lower than we've seen him. I mean, fractionally. You can hear that Rotex working. He's got to give it some more beans. Yeah, you saw the wind kind of drop out on him there. To give it some more thrust. Same thing again. He's fighting that wind. Fighting that wind. Come on, Dan. Oh, Dan. I love watching that guy fly.
Seriously. I mean, it is. He's doing some things that, we're desensitized to it, kind of, sort of. I mean,
we see it almost every weekend.
But, like, every landing is almost viral.
Yes. 100%.
Yeah.
Between him and Steve Henry.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Every landing. Yeah, it's insane. Okay, they're taxiing back now. I just want to put a pin in this. Real Stol Fest, Brighton Airfield in Yorkshire in the UK, 17th and 18th of May this year. You can fly in, you can camp, you can enjoy the evening entertainment on Saturday night. There'll also be various ground attractions present. I don't even know what that means. Does it mean it's a carnival? Could be a Stol carnival. We don't know. If you wish to fly in, folks, in Europe or in the U.S., if you want to go real far, please email realstolfest@gmail.com. That's realstolfest@gmail.com, or check them out on Instagram at realstolfest. So again, that's the 17th and 18th of May in Brighton, and I kind of wish I was going over. Like I kind of want that.
I really do want to go.
It's a lot of airplanes.
Yep.
Doing some Stol stuff in the UK. And we talked to the organizer, and he was talking a lot about the differences between there and here.
Mm-hmm.
You know, we're, I think, blessed with a little more public land that we can land on out west.
Yep.
So, really cool thing. Make sure you go check it out if you are in Europe. Look at this. Look at this squadron here. Tony Sanchez, Adam Gordon, Sheldon Hetherington, Russ Keith, Dan Reynolds, Lee Boyd's on deck, idling.
There he is.
We saw what he was doing earlier today with no wind.
Yeah. Very nice to see the Chinook, the Chinooks next to each other. We kind of get a size difference, a little comparison that we can see. While there's, if you look past them, I don't know if it's showing them, they're not showing them, but if you look past them from our perspective, we can see that that 802 getting a bath in the background. Some picturesque aviation happening right now.
Yeah, pretty incredible to be here in Louisiana again. 5 years strong. Tony Sanchez. In thrust we trust.
5 years strong. Brooks strong.
Douglas Barter was the World War II Spitfire pilot. That's from Ray Powell.
There we go. Thank you, Ray. You need to Google him, read up on that story. Spitfire pilot.
Adam Gordon off short in the Cub. Sheldon Hetherington and Redbird. A lot of yellow on that plane for being named Redbird. Just
Yeah.
gonna say it.
Eagle Pursuit also chiming in with Douglas's name, telling you it's an awesome story to read about.
Russ Keith taxing up to the line now.
With an air coupe taxiing on the runway behind him and the T6.
I don't know if we've ever had an air coupe compete. We've had some pretty crazy vintage airplanes.
Yeah.
The old bathtub, Aranca bathtub.
The old bathtub, yep, that was here.
That was here. Russ Keith having to give it a little bit of left aileron into that left crosswind. Left wing coming up on him a little bit. Tony Sanchez turning base to final as Dan Reynolds taxis up to the line. We'll see if the spacing holds. Dan, think about the utility that airplane. I mean, so Dan uses a Chinook up in Canada to do like real work, like around the ranch and around the wilderness up there. Land on a mountaintop. He's got it on skis. You can get in and out of anywhere with one of those. Here's Tony Sanchez now. Woo! Okay, there we go.
Oh, Scott Elmore in the chat watching my brothers drop it in. Holy crap, Patrick, Eddie, Tony, you guys are killing it. Dan, come on, bro. Go back to the Yukon.
Go back to the Yukon. It's not fair.
Yes.
A little bit more wind on the nose right now, which I think is why the pilots are looking to practice more. You see them kind of coming out more and more. Yeah, now we've got winds 340 at 7 to 14 knots. So those gusts. So we talked
There we
about
go.
Dan Reynolds, right? He's like, I need 20 knots. We're getting close.
Yeah. Prayers are being answered.
Adam Gordon with a little wing drop, getting it sorted. Little thrust. Good over the line, bouncing on those big old balloons. It's got to be fun to take him in. He worked so hard, right, to make this event possible now that he's taken the torch from Matt Peterson. And it's got to be fun to be able to get out and still get some flying in while you're coordinating this massive effort. I mean, look at all the aircraft here.
Yeah.
Almost 40 planes competing. Never mind all the transients and fans that have come to camp and hang out. It's a lot of work to put it on. Sheldon Hetherington working those slats.
Plopping it in.
With
Going to be a scratch. It's okay.
About an hour left in practice for Swamp STOL 2024. Be sure to join us tomorrow for the competition.
It's going to be a good time.
NationalStol.com, Facebook, YouTube, all that stuff. If you're here for practice, make sure you come by tomorrow. It's going to be a good one. And we are blessed with such great weather this weekend after I've said that Swamp STOL could be a bit of a cruel mistress because we've had sleet, we've had mud.
I have rubber boots only because of Swamp STOL.
Right.
They live in my car for and only for Swamp STOL.
Russ Keith really putting the energy into the ground on that one. I also like that aircraft because it looks weird. Right, it's just kind of a weird airplane. I dig it.
I mean, it's really hard to find a weird-looking airplane that isn't cool.
It's true. They call him Lawn Dart Dan. Here he comes in now, short final. He's plenty of altitude still. Really working to get it more vertical than forward. Oh, look at that!
Oh,
We just
man.
had a sub 25-foot landing.
Kind of rolled back a little bit, too.
Yeah, he wanted to see where he was at on that one. Look at that on the replay. Plops it down. Oh, man, that was incredible. That was a 20-foot landing and a 51-foot takeoff for Dan Reynolds. That is bonkers. Still his best. Tied for his own best in practice today with 71 feet. Got some people coming. We got some people going. Lee Boyd's now on the line. Eddie Sanchez is back to play. Tony Sanchez right behind him. Adam Gordon's hanging around. Looks like, what's Sheldon going to do? Is he going to the pits or is he going to the race?
It looks like he's going to the pits.
Excited to see what Lee Boyd does now with some wind, because this morning he was putting in big numbers. His best 152 feet combined, 7th overall for practice. He's got some wind on the nose now.
Just a tidbit. I bet you Sheldon's going to get gas. This is Lee's taking off.
Look at that. Lee Boyd coming in around 55 feet or so.
That pearlescent iridescent paint is something else.
Eddie Sanchez. He's off right around 50 feet. Yeah, Lee Boyd with 58 feet. Eddie Sanchez with 50 feet on the nose. Tony Sanchez spooling it up. Waiting to see where they call that one from. His takeoff numbers usually today in the 80 to 95 foot realm. Adam Gordon getting the cub up, tail down. Oh, nice clean one for Adam Gordon.
Ramrod Virago, maybe, is in the chat asking, what is that last one? Looks like a flying flea. That is probably going to be Dan.
Yeah, Dan and or Russ.
Or
in
Russ.
The
Chinook.
In the the Chinook.
Either the DR or the +2.
Yep. So Dan's is, I believe, the single seat version,
Yep.
right?
Yep.
And then Russ has an extra seat behind him, and you sit in that seat right behind him. Your head's practically touching the engine. It's all pretty tight in there, but yeah, that's what that would be. Here is Lee Boyd working that wind. Good over the line for Lee Boyd.
Yeah. Chopping the throttle, throwing the nose down.
Lee Boyd uses that airplane to get to his house. Isn't he flying out? Isn't he flying out from his house in that plane?
Oh, wow.
Pretty sure that's the story. I'm going to say it. I'm confident. That's exactly what he does. He flies to his house in that plane.
That's a nice life.
I decided that. If that's not true, it's true now.
I mean, why not? In such a awesome scheme of an aircraft, I'm going to say it's arguably better than any sports car that I've seen.
Ooh, there you go.
There we
We're
go.
going to ignite the internet. Okay, here's Eddie Sanchez. Oh, he's right around 50 feet. 51, 52 feet maybe. Calling that 53 feet, so a combined score of 103. That's going to be his best. That's going to put him up in second overall for practice, actually. So Eddie Sanchez, one to watch. I mean, think about that too, right? Dan Reynolds is out in front. Well, here's Tony Sanchez. Nice one for Tony Sanchez as well. Stopping right around the 73, 74 foot mark. So if we look at these competitors, though, Cam, like Dan Reynolds out in front right now, 71 foot combined.
Yeah.
Eddie Sanchez, I'm going to say only, because every foot is a mile in these unlimited class airplanes.
Yes, sir.
He's at 103. Jeff Daly in a beast of an airplane. Totally different design, right? With 131. That's tight. Consider what the design of the airplanes are.
Yeah.
Adam Gordon now. Working that belly pod. Little aerodynamic benefit there. 100 X-ray whiskey. That's a cool.
Yes.
And number.
That'd be nice to say in the pattern.
I think that is one of the things that people don't realize how valuable it is what is your N number easy and fun to say.
Yeah.
Because I fly an aircraft, the last three are 4 Uncle Victor, and going from 4 to Uncle, like my mouth struggles sometimes. It's not Uncle, that's uniform.
Yes.
We call the plane Uncle Victor.
Yeah.
But like, so I'm not saying Uncle Victor in the pattern.
I knew you weren't.
You go from 4 to uniform. That's even worse, right?
Yeah.
4 uniform.
It sounds
4
like
uniform Victor. I can say it now. I've been practicing talking all day, but when I'm in the pattern and I'm like thinking, it's hard. Here's Lee Boyd. Watch that.
Mine makes me sound like I have like a bowl of marbles in my mouth. It's 5-0 echo, and if I can roll it into one 5-0 echo. It just sounds.
Oh, but when you say that, it sounds really cool, Cam. Eddie Sanchez, full throttle, loud. Beans, all the beans. All the legendary aviation coffee beans. Coming out of that plane right now. Here's his brother, Tony.
It is from Texas, and they are from Texas, so.
That's the secret weapon,
yes.
Coffee beans. Right around the 70-foot mark for Tony Sanchez. Here's Adam Gordon.
Nice takeoffs. I looked somewhere around 75 feet, but something doesn't seem right with that number to me. Got our line judges out there in the sun, giving us solid numbers. While we're waiting on Lee to come back to us. Make sure that you're following National STOL on social media. If you want to come and be a part of the fun, you can always volunteer at any of the competitions. Please go to nationalstol.com. Find a competition near you and sign up to volunteer or compete, or both.
Hear the angle of attack. Horn going off. Stall horn going off.
was walking around Sun and Fun with one of our production guys, James Ward, who is a freshly minted 30-year-old as of last week. And we were looking at AOA indicators and all that in the booths, and some of the stuff is really, really cool and very appropriate for the backcountry.
Good over the line for Eddie Sanchez. By the way, we're getting corrected politely. It's not, I pronounced it Brighton. It's Brayton.
Ah, okay.
According to Ramrod Virago. Brayton. Maybe that's the accent, though?
Probably, yeah, yeah.
Tony Sanchez showing the belly to everybody. Give it a old belly rub. There we go. Dropping it in. Watch those gear legs compress. I can't do a British accent very
I can't
well.
either.
Brayton? No, never again. Yeah, go check it out, though. Adam Gordon sliding into the pocket there. Working those wings, working that rudder to keep those wings up. Nice gust coming over at him right now. I can see it on the feather flags. Little burst of power.
Ooh.
Good over the line for Adam Gordon. Getting it stopped. That is, he's happy with that one.
He's going to be really happy with that one. I wonder if he's got any steaks in his belly pod, because I'm starting to get hungry.
Steaks? Steaks in the belly pod?
Yeah, from last night, from the dinner last night that he hosted at his house. That has a really awesome strip beside it. Got some awesome photos of some of our competitors going out there.
Check your messages. Lee Boyd now coming up to the line. Yep, Eddie and Tony Sanchez. Sanchez squared coming up to the line. Don't forget to share all the STOL action with us tomorrow for the competition. The reason we're all here is Swamp STOL 2025, 10 a.m. Jennings, Louisiana time.
Yes, Central Time.
Central Time. 10 a.m. Central. Come on, check us out.
Which is 3 p.m. UTC? 15 p.m.? 15 o'clock?
15 o'clock Zulu.
Did I say UPC or did I say UTC?
You said UTC.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you're
okay.
good.
Okay.
That's right. So 10 a.m. Central Time tomorrow. This is going to be one heck of a show. I mean, look at that. Look at Eddie Sanchez, the way he's just throwing himself into the air. Tony Sanchez. Getting ready to go on the line. Adam Gordon lying in wait behind him. And these folks, by the way, I'm sorry we can't report all the scores to you, but our score sheet for practice is
it's full.
It's
never seen it like this.
Yeah, we've had so many people dropping it in. Sanchez is out for blood. There's more here that we can keep track of now. Adam Gordon with a nice takeoff there, right around the 75-foot mark. Also, a good time to remind everyone to go to nationalstol.com/vote. Nationalstol.com/vote and vote for your favorite pilot you have 38 of them to pick from. We've got everyone from rookie Tobias Birch all the way to Jeff Abrams from this morning in the Cherokee.
Yeah.
Don Mickey. Lee Boyd. Andrew Jardetsky. Kelly Qualls putting on that clinic in the Cup. Got a lot of love you could spread around there.
Yes, Mr.
You've
KQ Stole.
Exactly. You've got until the end of the unlimited class tomorrow to lock your vote in. So you don't have to decide now, but don't forget to do it. Lee Boyd floating it in. A little power at the end to soften the blow. Little pillowy landing there. And quite short. Imagine that your Lee Boyd, I don't know if he likes fishing. Maybe he likes fly fishing.
Yeah.
Come in. Nice pillowy landing on a sandbar. Park your plane. Maybe
Set up camp.
Yeah, set up camp. Little campfire.
This is one thing I have yet to do is camp on a sandbar. You hear Eddie modulating the throttle for a great landing. Woo, tail high. But he's got it under control.
So much power in that airplane. Think about the sport class and how that's come together for tomorrow. You've got everything from Matt Dorsum in that Kit Fox 4 to Russ Keith in the Chinook, all the way to Eddie Sanchez.
Yeah.
It's a lot of innovation and aggression happening in that class. Here's Tony Sanchez now. Dropping that tail. Good over the line. Go to Brayton, by the way. I think I said it right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I feel like you said it.
In the UK. I'm still thinking about that. How much gas could I load into my 172 to make it over the pond to hang out with everybody? And how long would that flight be? It would be like 16 hours or something like that, right?
I feel like we'd make a pit stop in Iceland and I'd be like, yo, let's just kind of like chill here for a little bit.
Maybe we stay here in Iceland. Yeah.
It's a little expensive there, but I mean, like, I can deal with some $20 for 2 ounces of almonds.
Is that legit?
That is legit what I spent last time I was there.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, it was not cheap.
Adam Gordon putting it in practice.
Talked about it earlier, going to nationalstol.com to volunteer, nationalstol.com/vote to vote on your favorite pilot, but also visiting us on Instagram at National Stol.
Yeah, come say hi over there as well.
Yeah, so we can cross that 100,000 member or follower mark. We're at 99.4 thousand.
Wow.
And we're trying to get over 100,000 followers on Instagram this weekend. So if you're watching and you haven't friended us on Instagram, go do that real quick.
Yeah, add that follow on there for us. That would be great. Share it with your friends. You know anybody who's aviation curious? This is such a cool way to get them into it and understanding like the real utility of an airplane, right? I think a lot of us think about in flying in particular, right, it's like the $100 hamburger.
Yeah.
And that's fun, and I do that, and I enjoy it. I go out all the time and have $100 hamburgers with my buddies. But there's a different accessibility, different part of the world that's opened up to you when you start flying like these pilots are flying. You know, we're even going to see it tonight. Our version of the $100 hamburger here at Swamp STOL. Eddie Sanchez, another 50-ish foot takeoff. He is getting consistent today. Tony Sanchez on the line, T6 coming in behind him. That is beautiful. You know, we're going to go have a $100 Cajun food.
Yeah,
tonight.
we are.
We're going to land on a little grass strip by a restaurant. I mean, how amazing. Tony Sanchez.
Yeah, it is going to be a good time. Good friends, good food, good music. Can't be in Louisiana and not hearing the Cajun music.
Rick Boardman coming out for more. Look at that vertical. It's crazy that he can do that with his
Carbon Cub.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's awesome. But yeah, you were talking about the... Okay, so we've got an update on the commemorative Air Force rides here that are going on this weekend. The Expediter is having issues and will not be on site, but you can still come get a ride on the T6. If you haven't done so, T6 is awesome. That experience is amazing for multiple reasons. I've had the pleasure of riding in a T6 before, and as soon as you strap in, they turn that thing on and you start smelling gas burning and oil burning. You get launched into an amazing ASMR moment with just all the noises that are going on in the cockpit, all the smells that are happening. It's really a great experience, and if you haven't experienced it yet, you must.
Eddie Sanchez giving us some ASMR on that landing too.
Yeah. That Yamaha is screaming.
Tony Sanchez really getting that angle of attack just perfect every time. Bloop. And he's down and he is stopped. Look at that. Sub 100 foot for Tony. 40 years in the airline industry, 33 years Southwest. Rick Boardman.
Nice plop and drop. I feel like this run is for funsies now. Like, we're not really stopping.
Yeah, we're just going for it.
Yeah, we're just going for it.
Want to give a shout out to our annual sponsors again as we get ready for Swamp STOL to kick off the competitive part of the season tomorrow. Cannot do it without them. Legend Aircraft, Clemens Insurance, Sarasota Avionics, Behringer Aero, Lift Aviation, Flying Eyes, Red Tag Art, Legendary Aviation Coffee, iFly EFB, Tundra, Tailwheel, and Orca. All coming together to make this happen all season long. Tony Sanchez can't get enough. Neither can Rick Boardman. They're out for even more.
Going for
and
it.
Feel that wind coming through the broadcast trailer.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
I'm getting a nice little hug by our backdrop.
yeah, there we go. Little adventure here. We have something kind of cool to show you guys.
Yeah.
I have never seen one of these in person before, have you?
I have not.
Let's wait for these guys to get in the air, and then we'll cut to us here in the booth.
Yeah, I've got a nice little...
We got a little thing here. Here we go. We got Rick Boardman, then we got a surprise to show you. This is pretty cool.
This is pretty solid. So yeah, we've got our 100,000 subscriber on YouTube. Got our nice little plaque and our official letter from them, which is super awesome.
So if you are part of the group of people that helped make that possible and have subscribed on YouTube to National STOL, what a cool thing presented to National STOL Series for passing 100,000 subscribers on YouTube. Got a letter here that Cam's holding from Neil Mohan, the YouTube CEO. I've never seen one of these in person. That is super cool. It's mirrored and very, very fancy. So thank you very much if you are one of the folks doing that. If you want to join us and join this community, what's the next one? When did they give the next one out? $1 million?
$1 million probably.
We
the gold
got
one?
some ground to cover. We can
yeah,
do it.
Yeah, I think we can do that.
Come on and join us. That's pretty cool. There you go. You got to get some. You got to hold that.
Oh
thing.
yeah.
Here,
Gotta
hold
hold
the letter now.
Gotta hold the baby and have that screen time.
You got to turn it a little bit so they can. It's
Oh,
blowing out.
is it?
There you go. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Turn it. See, it's a real professional TV show. Here's
Katie Waito
coming in the clipper.
Jinx, double jinx.
That is super cool, though, to see that from YouTube. So
thank
you for being you for being part of the community and following us around and being with us 5 years.
5 years strong. Yes.
5 years strong, like
Brooks strong.
Brooks strong.
Brooks strength, but Brooks strong.
I imagine that Brooks' strength is like can't even put his arms together because he's got so much muscle. I haven't met him yet today. It's the first time I've heard the name, and I'm excited to meet him.
Yeah.
Brooks' strength. So, anyway, very cool YouTube thing. Thank you for helping us out with that. If you are a viewer at home and subscribing, we love it. We love you for it. And, National STOL, right? It's a team effort. We've got a whole group of people on the other side of this wall from Cam and I that running a broadcast. They've running switchers and audio and cameras. There's people out in the sun all day running cameras. Volunteers galore to make National STOL happen. If you think about all the man and woman hours put together to get us to 5 years to grow into what it's grown into, just super incredible. And
Holy
I remember, doing Swamp STOL, the first one, Swamp STOL the first.
Yeah.
5 years ago, sitting under a pop-up tent at a card table, and look at us now. So couldn't do it without you folks. All right, Tony Sanchez coming in on that left main. Stopped real short. He's being real consistent, right around that 75-ish mark.
As we wait for Rick Boardman to follow up.
He's playing with that wind, too.
Yeah. But yeah, we want to see you out here. We want you to come out, come fly if you're a pilot. If you're not a pilot, come hang out with the pilots. Get inspired to become a pilot. That's pretty much what happened with me. Not particularly with National STOL, but with STOL period, with some of our competitors crossing the streams, if you will, with different STOL competitions. But come out and volunteer. Come out and hang out with us. You may find out that you have the aptitude and the willingness.
Flying is going to change your life, right? And I think the big thing that National STOL shows is that it's more accessible than you might think. Now, you don't have to have a fire-breathing Yamaha Apex-powered STOL beast.
Yeah.
Right? You don't need to have some of these higher-end aircraft to get into it. I think that's great, and obviously, we love all those airplanes that we see flying in competition, but you're also seeing airplanes that are really affordable competing, right? We've got J3 Cubs, you got Champs.
Yeah.
These are airplanes that, for the half the price of a nice pickup truck, you could be flying all around your local area. Maybe not super long cross countries at 70 miles an hour, but you might want to do that too. Great adventure, right? So this stuff is really accessible for people with all levels of financial commitment.
Yeah.
For all levels of experience, and think about all the other ways you can get into aviation, right? We talked about eSTOL.
Yeah.
Is this Jeff Pohl coming in?
That is just, no. That is That's Dan Williams. That's Katie Wado's husband,
Oh,
Mrs.
gotcha.
Williams.
I saw the paint scheme. It looked very similar until it got close enough to see the color change. But so there's lots of ways to get involved in aviation, and we want you to get involved. eSTOL is a great way to dip your toe in.
Yep.
Drones.
Drones.
RC.
Yeah.
All these different ways to get involved in aviation and follow your passion. But if you decide to make the leap into becoming a pilot, cannot recommend it enough. And you can do it with some life choices and changes, right? The plane that I co-own with 14 other people is $175 a month and $75 an hour. And in airplanes terms, that's almost free.
Yeah.
Whoa!
Whoa!
Going for it. That gave me a little adrenaline boost from Rick Boardman. Here's Eddie Sanchez on the line now too. Think about that price, right? Like $175 a month is less than my cell bill.
Yep. It's less than my monthly payments on my airplane.
And the other thing, if you get a club like that, the $75 an hour, you could get to that with a little bit less Starbucks.
A little bit less, yeah. I mean, potentially you could get more depending on if you get you a sponsorship, or maybe you make friends with the local barista and they get you a pound of coffee a week.
Yeah, there you go. See, we're solving all the world's aviation problems.
From firsthand experience, too.
Yeah.
Seeing how I was a barista at one point in my life. You're a pilot. I'm a pilot. We made it work.
Tony Sanchez dropping it in over the line. I feel like the Sanchez brothers want to win tomorrow.
I feel like there is, camp competition over there in the Sanchez camp.
They've been flying for well over an hour in practice.
And I haven't seen them taxi for gas, which shows us just the fuel efficiency of Rotax and the Yamaha, which I imagine the Yamaha is put up and done with, but we like fuel efficiency.
Rick Boardman hanging on the prop. Look at that. Boom. Drop it like it's hot with a scratch. But it looked cool. Style points for Rick Boardman.
Style points indeed. Ooh. I'm seeing an air cam over there at the T hangars. A wild orange and black colored.
Eddie Sanchez coming in, working that throttle.
I don't know. That seemed like almost the same distance as what Tony just did. Friends, we are almost at the 30-minute mark left for practice. If you're watching from home, thank you for joining us. It's not over. We still got airplanes flying for the next half hour, but we do appreciate you watching. Oh! Uh-oh.
So that's the thing we got to sort out real quick.
Unfortunately, sometimes that ground stance, not being able to see over the nose, can come up and get you.
So we're going to have a ground stop now to make sure that everything is safe. Check out for FOD and things like that.
I know Eddie is got to be upset.
Yeah, looking at the tip of that prop, it does appear to have
a little bit of damage.
A little bit here.
I think that poor camera's had it, though.
Yes. Ray's control just got in her ears and said, "We're sending him a bill."
So very important that we get all that FOD, all the
Foreign object debris.
There we go. Off of our taxiway and away from our runway. We don't want anybody else to suck that up, seeing how we have every plane out here has a big fan in front of it, except for the Chinooks.
Right.
It's pushing it, but still, there's still danger out there. We also want to make sure that Eddie and his aircraft are okay.
Yeah, he dismounted pretty quick, so I think in terms of Eddie, he is A-okay. There are a group of people checking out the aircraft right now. Here the Airbus is talking a little bit about the situation as well, debriefing it. But right now, again, we're under a red flag here in practice. Jennings, Louisiana. So no practice right now as we clean up from that issue with Eddie Sanchez's aircraft. Looking through the replays here. Here we go, watching what happened there. Turning right into it. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Nailed it right with the prop. So just turned right in. That's the, you mentioned it before, Cam, but that's the disadvantage of the tail dragger configuration, is that you have less visibility over the nose. And so things like that, like a camera on a tripod, can disappear. And turning in a little too tight there, and just taking that thing out with the prop. So, yeah, a little frustrated, looks like, as well. So again, if you're just joining us, we're here in Jennings, Louisiana for practice for Swamp STOL 2025. We're currently under a red flag, so we clear the runway from some foreign object debris due to aircraft striking a camera for our broadcasts, actually. Yeah. So that is being cleaned up right now, and things are being checked over. Now is a good time to check out all the different ways that you can support National STOL. We were just talking about the YouTube play button. We were showing 100,000. Oh, we've got the camera here. We can actually show you on the broadcast. Here, hand that over, sir.
Oh, wow.
We've got some pieces. Oh, he's got more pieces. But that's what's left of it. So that's going to be a bummer. That's like we got chunks of a lens here.
Yeah, chuck some lens, some. Oh, that's carbon fiber from.
Oh, is this chunks of prop?
That might be chunks of prop. Yeah, some foam core.
Foam core there. So.
Yeah.
That's tripods taken out. This is actually, man, we were like, are we doing accident investigation? It wasn't an accident. But I feel like one of those YouTubers right now. But yes, we've got the tripod here that's been hit as well, and then we've got some other chunks here coming in for the camera. So
yeah. Heat sink.
Camera 3 gone. No more. What a bummer. So.
Wow.
Anyway, that is how things happen sometimes, and we just gotta glad that everyone is safe. And unmanned camera on the 50-foot line there, taking the brunt of a strike from Eddie Sanchez's aircraft. So we've got that. We're gonna get a little box to put some of these things in here. Tripod taken out as well. So there we go. But we will be moving on once things are clear in a little bit. You want to go to commercial for a second? Let's actually take a break. We're going to take a break, head over to a word from our sponsors here at Swamp STOL 2025. Don't forget, tomorrow, 10 a.m., competition time, 10 a.m. Central here in Jennings, Louisiana. Check us out on YouTube and Facebook. We'll be back after a few minutes after this.
Name's Kelly Qualls. I'm out of Hot Springs, Arkansas, flying 121 Papa Sierra, which is a Carbon Cub CC11-100, which means it's powered by an O200. It's about, I've got high compression pistons, so it's about 115, 120 horsepower. The only change I made, well, I think last year I still had the TKs on there, so upgraded to the Acme shocks. I like them a little better, and then went from the 850s that I had up to the 29s. Just to get a little bit better rebound, and I do a lot of bush flying and such, so outside of just STOL events, having the bigger tires is a safety factor for me. Coming down to Swamp STOL, they had a pretty big storm come through, so everything's super wet. Some of the planes taxiing through were like 3 or 4 inches of water, it looked like, so they're splashing around. The crown on the runway is about the tallest part, so it should be good for an event perspective, but yeah, taxiing through is going to be a little bit wet and muddy. Last year when I was here, I was in the rookie class. There were 3 of us, Chris, Nick, and I ended up in first place in there, so they kicked me out. I'm no longer allowed to be called a rookie, so they bumped me over to the sport class, which is going to have the 12 or 13 pilots, and with that, it's going to be pretty stiff competition. I think out of all the classes, it's the one that has the most people in it.
Looking for a more affordable entry into bush plane flying? How about paramotoring, aka the dirt bike of the sky? Paramotoring STOL is the next best thing, and this adventure motor that you wear on your back is your ticket to getting airborne quick. At Aviator Paramotor, our 2-week training takes you from 0 to hero.
Sunrise this morning, it was beautiful. There was a thin layer of fog flying. It's just like all the stress and all that kind of just floats away. It's really peaceful.
From no experience to feeling confident and competent flying on your own. Let the team at Aviator Paramotor in Lake Wales, Florida teach you your new superpower of running into the sky. Classes are filling up quick, but there are spots available today, so call now. Side effects include, but not limited to, significant life changes, foot drags, ear-to-ear smiles. Find the extreme freedoms of ripping around the skies in your new adventure motor with friends.
We've had it in all of our airplanes. Ever since we started with the Piper Saratoga in the early 2000s. We did the pulse oximeter and CO detector in there. We've upgraded to there. Now we have a Cessna 340 that I actually was talking to him in Germany last year, and he was like, oh, you got to put the cabin altitude thing in the plane. I said, well, send it to me. So we put it in there, and it actually is really nice. This aircraft flies above 18,000, 10,000 feet, so up to 23,000 feet the other day. The cabin altitude light comes on the manufacturer's panel, and boom, the CO Guardian comes on and says, all right, you're above 10,000, your cabin altitude is above 10,000 feet. So watch out. So it's kind of nice to have that redundancy in the plane. So for a pressurized aircraft, that is so important for me. I get that oxygen mask ready, make sure my oxygen is good.
And we're back at National STOL at Swamp STOL 2025. We're going to go ahead and actually wrap practice up. If you're just joining us, we were in the middle of practice. We had about 30 minutes left. We had one of the competitors hit one of the line cameras. So no cameramen were affected. There are no injuries. Everyone's safe. The camera is, unfortunately, it's gone.
The camera didn't survive, and we don't have an official report, but I do believe there's some damage to Eddie Sanchez's plane as well. Yeah, you saw this before, so we do have some chunks of
some pieces of
I think this is
Ada.
a chunk of prop there. So always better to be safe where possible. And again, no injuries and just impact of that propeller onto that camera. So based on that and the red flag that shut it down, it kind of killed the momentum of the practice. Pilots are actually gearing up to go to DIs tonight. So we put a final call out during that commercial break. Oh, I got a chunk of carbon fiber in my finger. That's the first injury. There you go, bud.
All right.
There, just pull that sliver out. Be careful. #sharp. So we are going to wrap things up here. Pilots are getting ready to go to DIs. Put a call out, said, hey, we've got open practice for 30 more minutes. And we want any takers? They're like, no, we're getting ready for the festivities tonight. So that's where things are headed. But make sure you join us tomorrow, 10 a.m. here, YouTube, Facebook, or here in Jennings, Louisiana for Swamp STOL 2025. It's going to be a blast.
Yep. That's 10 a.m. tomorrow, 1300 UTC, Zulu time. If you're not in Jennings or in Central Time, we'd be glad to have you join us for the broadcast, for the competition.
So come on out. Again, thank you so much for watching today, the practice. We can't wait to see you guys tomorrow for more STOL action. My name's Ryan Dabrowski.
I'm Cam Walton.
And we will see you tomorrow.
Well, a friend of mine, actually it was Corey Robin, told me about these flying eyes glasses. While we were at Oshkosh, we went and checked them out. And they're awesome. But what I really like is the glasses themselves. They're very light. The earpieces are real thin and flexible. So you don't even know you have them on under a headset. If I put my headset on, I mean, they're just as comfortable as could be, and they're so thin, I can actually take them on and off without removing my headset. I couldn't do that with my other glasses. Then the other really cool thing about these, they make some awesome sunglasses, but they have these cool sunglass lenses that just snap on. So now instead of having to carry a big extra glass case in my pocket, that's all I got to carry to take my sunglasses with me. So there's several things about them that I'm really, really liking. Flying eyes. Awesome glasses.